Okay. Let's make sure everything works. Because I never trust it. Never have, never will. Let's make sure everything works. Because I never trust it. Never have, never will. Let's make sure everything... Okay, everything works. Awesome. Great. Yep, cool. Pog. Hell yeah. Make the tweet. Let's go. Alright. Let's go. Is back to reading. I can't do that, but we're going to do it. Because I think that's going to be quite the awesome thing, to be perfectly honest. We'll see how it goes. Last where we left off, Neon was doing some shit. She was kind of being creepy and weird and all that stuff. Even Oishi seemed to be kind of pissy at me. Shion and Keiichi are theorized to potentially dabbed. Very funny. They're basically having a theory that they may be the ones demoned away, and anyone who is involved with them or has heard about the situation they're in also gets demoned away. In other words, Rika-chan. In other words, oh god. In other words, where's Satoko? Anyways, let's continue. This shit's gonna happen because Mion literally just gave me the fucking creepy eyes literally before I ended the stream 2 nights ago. So, to say the least, I'm not really looking forward to what we got. But we'll see what happens. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was an entire space made for living. Just a one-room apartment. Past the kitchen was the living room, taking up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space. And in the corner, there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have just been taken from the drying outside. Okay. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and it was where small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of frugal lifestyle drifted from all around. If anyone thinks I'm going to be reading good, we're going to be going to chapter 8, right? And I'm still not going to be able to fucking read anything because I just can't read. Simple as that. I can't. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults climbing the stairs one at a time began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves.
どう？やっぱりいない？いない。絶対おかしい。
The village had been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then today, even Rika-chan and Satoko had. Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't there, though. Where would they have gone at so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down.
信じたくないけど、君吉の村長さんが消えたのが昨日の今日。無関係とは言い切れないね。
The adults' faces paled at Mion's declaration. Mai and Reina's did as well.
例えば、ご近所に行ってお茶でもごちそうになって眠っちゃって、起こすに起こせなくなってるなんて可能性ももちろんあるよね。その可能性をまず潰そう。牧野さんは裏手から沢のあたりの家を回ってください。慶太郎さんはおじゃが池の方。岡村さんは。
Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without any hesitation, despite her age.
私はここに残って電話で片っ端から心当たりに問い合わせてみます。じゃあ皆さん、そういうことで。
Got it. The adults all roared in reply and pounded back down to the stairs below.
すがみーちゃんだね。みーちゃんは学校だけじゃなく、ひなみ沢の委員長さんみたいだよね。
It might be a little bit more than that.
茶化さない茶化さない。ほらどいて。おじさんは電話を使うんだから。
Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and started. Reina gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all of this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated. Since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family successor impression that Mion and Oishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi, my brother. Why'd I say it like that? My brother, my brother. I had like a weird bra. None of that matters now. The most important thing is to make sure that Rika-chan and Satoko are okay. Let's see. Couldn't there be a clue hinting as to where they might have gone somewhere in this room?
とはいえ、そんなのわかるはずもないよな。
If we tore the whole place apart and figured it out what was different from before, we might be able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room. There was no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. Yeah, so even if we were to see what was different, we had no way of telling. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't even know what the place usually looked like. Don't give up, Keiichi, my bro. Stop thinking and start looking for something. In search of, well, something, I tried pulling open the dresser drawers and opened the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Reina, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was also looking around the room, just like me.
でもレナ、冷蔵庫や流しの下の棚とかを開いてもリカちゃんは見つからないと思うぞ。
隠れてるかなって思って。
As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called.
私、みんなに話をしてくる。遅かれ、警察も来るだろうしね。大石のやつにも事情を説明しなきゃ。
Mion began descending the stairs as we followed her in front of the house. There were already about maybe 10 adults here, and they all looked very uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten really bad, huh? This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore.
ミオンちゃん、リカちゃんとサトコちゃんがいなくなったってのは本当かい？
Uh-oh. The villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if silently telling him to calm down.
誰かの家にお邪魔していないか、町会の回覧区分に沿って全校をまず調べよう。本人たちがこっちの気も知らずに、誰かの家ですやすやとお泊まりしてる可能性もあるわけだからね。
It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten good. Fool Mion and fall asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice that would be if that were the case.
こんなことは考えたくないけど、もちろん悪いことが起こった可能性もある。
Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults.
我々も手分けしよう。昨夜の村長探しで回ったところをもう一度回る。
俺たちはダム現場をよく念入りに探してみる。お前さんたちは学校のあたりを探してみてくれ。
おお、したらはよ回らんと。
They're super energetic.
行こう行こ
う。みんな昨日も村長さん探しで徹夜だったからね。寝不足で辛いだろうけど、どうかよろしく。
With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere else as well, so I started walking unsteadily in the direction no one else had gone in. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were to disappear, Shion and I should be the first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that exactly? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared, so nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilt that because of my own selfish sense of relief, or because of my own selfish. Jesus. Really gonna do this to me, huh? Don't end the chapter there, though. I know there's gonna be way more. It's a fucking fly. Suddenly my vision cleared, and a cold wind caressed my body. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen sprite work of, like, Hinamizawa at night like this. If I haven't, I don't remember it. Regardless, this is really good art. This was the hill from where you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see the lights here and there, and knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First Takano-san and Tomosuke-san, then the mayor, now even Rika-chan and Satoko have been sacrificed, and the word of it seems to be spreading everywhere. The strength in my knees have left me. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mion would have told me that I was a worrywart. Reina would be glad we did. And they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared, as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, both my arms bent forward to the ground as I clawed at it with my nails. I couldn't figure out if what I was feeling was sorrow or frustration.
俺のせいなのか。
I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin. And I had just told Rika-chan all about it. They had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan, even Satoko had been sacrificed. It was like a cross that Shion and I would have to bear the weight of until we ourselves have been erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking the taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking, I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start. Yet, I lost out of cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise.
Keiichi-kun?
Oh. I was expecting either Mion or Shion, or maybe even Oishi, to be honest. Not gonna lie, Reina, you were one of the last I was expecting to see.
Keiichi-kun? 大丈夫?
It was Reina. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as if I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back to make me feel better.
俺が全部悪いんだ。俺のせいで。俺のせいで。
ケイチくんが何も悪いわけはないよ。自分をどうか責めないでね。
I could tell Reina was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency, Reina had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but now that we had actually confirmed her disappearance, it's only natural Reina would start to wonder about why. However, with the situation going this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika-chan and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Reina disappear either. This is God.
ケイチくん、こんな風通しのいいところにずっといたら風邪ひいちゃう。
Reina sat down, bringing her eyes in level with mine.
子供たちはね、もう解散して家で寝ろって。
Reina showed me her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long?
もう寝ないと明日の学校に差し支えるよ。大人たちだって昨べも一晩中村長さんを探したからみんなクタクタ。今夜は少し早めに解散するって。
Oh boy. I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time as to this as they had with the mayor last night. But that was something that I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize him for.
大丈夫。さっきね、警察の人も来たの。今どんどん町から応援のパトカーが来てるよ。
Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred the night of the Watanagashi were seen as the product of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and that would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko too. Their disappearance would end up most likely being another serial incident in the past. Whatever, doesn't matter. Unresolved, declared a mystery, and disappear from memory. Rika-chan's face, her sweet face, like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic fanged smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less that I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot a dozen times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity.
圭一くんが何を自分に責めているかわからないけれど、もうやめよ。
I wasn't about to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Reina out of this. If she found out, she would become involved.
頼む、レナ。放っておいてくれないか。俺きっと家に帰ったって眠れない。
If I couldn't get to sleep, then at least I wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet still hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I was looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it.
俺のせいで消えてしまったんだ。他の探してくれてる人たちよりも先になんか眠れるものか。
I had said that to myself in self-deprecation, but as soon as I realized that Reina was silently trying to find the meaning of my mumblings, I realized that I had misspoke.
圭一くんのせいなの？どうしてそう思うのかな？
Oh, now you're questioning it? That can't be. Keiichi-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Reina said these things to me, but she only did because she didn't know the truth. If she knew everything had been caused by me breaking the taboo of the night of the Watanagashi, then even Reina would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Reina. If I spilled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of the Watanagashi, then even Reina could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always howling, but at a time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Reina, might disappear. And I don't want that. Anything but that. This time, I need to bear my own cross. Alone.
圭一くんがとても仲間思いだって知ってるから。自分を傷つけたくなる気持ちもよくわかるよ。だけど、レナは圭一くんのせいじゃないって知ってる。
I can't tell if she's reading my mind or not at this point.
圭一くんが悪くないって知ってるから。
知ってるって。
The shivering in my veins rushed up to my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Reina to figure it out? This is bad. Now Reina will disappear, Reina will disappear, Reina will disappear. Then Reina, the same way I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly.
ケイチくん、ひょっとしてレナも消えちゃうかもしれないって思ってるのかな。
Heh. Heh.
お社様のたたりで。
She puts more force into rubbing my head.
だったら安心して。レナは消えたりしないよ。絶対に。
どうして消えないなんて自信を持って言えるんだよ。
I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There was no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. In fact, there was even less proof that a sacrifice wouldn't be Reina. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please, stop cruelly getting rid of the people we're close to. Like the mayor for Shion and Rika-chan and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back in my mind. They must be planning to kill every last one of us. Or no, they're killing us last of all. They're not killing the first people who came in mind. They're killing those who we're close to. And then, after they caused us so much pain, then they kill us. That must be what they're doing.
レナ。
Please, don't disappear. Please don't, for as long as I'm still here. I can no longer conceal the sobs welling up from within.
ほら、ケイチくんに涙なんか似合わないよ。みんなのところに行こう。婦人会の人たちがね、お味噌汁の炊き出しをしてくれてるの。飲むと温まって落ち着くよ。
Reina prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. I am not. Look, we returned to the shrine grounds to several gas stoves. There, with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers were there sipped at the soup. They were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had been running around the village not until a while ago. From the dreary looks of their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything just yet.
ケイちゃん、どこ行ってたんだよ。ケイちゃんまでいなくなったのかと心配したよ。
I don't know. You were saying some cursed ass shit earlier. I didn't think you did care.
すまん。
Mion held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite.
みーちゃん、どう？何か手がかりはあった？
Mion took a sip of her soup. Her expression frank.
全然ない。学校が終わってから家に帰って2人で自転車に乗ってどこかに行ったらしい。しかも2人が自転車に乗った姿は全く目撃されていないし。
When it goes dark out in Hinamizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from towns in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't all that strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan or Satoko riding their bikes.
昨日の村長の時と同じ。お手上げだよ。
Oh my god. Mion's empathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try to find Rika-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'll probably say that she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, now wouldn't she? She might have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I'd spent the time hunched over in indecision, all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion. Other than her crazy episode.
ケイちゃんも辛いだろうけど今夜はこれで休もう。さっき今夜は解散しようってなったところだよ。これを飲んだらもう終わりにしよう。
終わりなのか？
もちろん終わりじゃないよ。明るくなったら警察も増援を入れて徹底的に探すってさ。沖宮の方に行ってる可能性もあるからね。村長の件も含めて獅子骨市全体で目撃情報がないか洗うって言ってる。それよりもケイちゃんだよ。どこに行ってたんだい？
Uh-oh. Her facial expression is getting to the point of we know Ash is about to get fucked over. And probably insanely really scared too. But mostly scared.
いつの間にかいなくなっちゃうから心配したんだよ。
Suddenly, I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond.
すまん。気をつけるよ。
何もなかった？怪しい人に監視されてるとか付け狙われてるとか、
well,
そういうのはなかった？
Well, Reina showed up, but I don't think she's suspicious, obviously. Mion demanded with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been. Despite being in so much pain, I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin that I must bear alone.
何もないよ。でも気をつける。すまん。
Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved.
おやおやおや。
Go away. I was saying that so fast it was not even coherent nor intelligible. What the fuck are you doing here? Why are you here? Oh god.
おいしい匂いが漂ってくると思ったら、これはぜひご商売に預かりたいですね。
Oh, wait, you mean the soup. I hear the repulsive voice of a fat man. It was Oishi-san, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically, in a way unfitting given the situation.
大して残ってないですよ。それでもよければ勝手にどうぞ。
Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water onto a frog's face.
ありゃりゃ。味噌汁のお残りってちょっと塩分高めなんですよね。参ったなあ。君たちはいただきます？
He recommended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
どうですか？警察の方では何か手がかりはつかめましたか？
Reina's smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup.
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢さん。ご安心、ご安心。ちゃんと探してるんですから。
He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been literally zero progress. Well, that sure was an annoying way of beating around a bush.
それよりも、もう本当に遅い時間です。どうぞ若い皆さんはお帰りになってお休みになってください。体に触りますよ。
そうだよ。ケイちゃんもレナも今日はもう休みな。あとは税金で働いてるおっさんたちがやってくれるから。
私たちだって税金払ってるんですけどね。蕎麦屋さんが自分の作った蕎麦食ってるみたいな気分ですよ。な。
I really wasn't in the mood for laughter. In fact, Oishi-san was the only one laughing like an idiot.
じゃあ本当によろしくお願いしますね。帰ろう、ケイチくん。
Reina, I just want to collapse immediately. I just hope you know that.
明日が辛くなるよ。
そうです、そうです。なんなら、お二人をお送りしてもいいですよ。くまちゃん、車を回してあげてください。
あ、結構です。俺たち、自転車で来てるんで。
ご安心を。私たちワゴン車で来てますから、自転車も積めますよ。
We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed a ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Reina, however, nodded.
せっかくだからお世話になろうよ。私たちだけで帰るよりきっと安全だよ。
When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Reina's idea was extremely rational.
そうと決まれば、行きましょう行きましょう。
じゃあね。おやすみ。レナもケイちゃんも。
うん。みーちゃんも早めに休んでね。おやすみ。
I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Rika-chan and Satoko still haven't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Reina showed the police where our bicycles were, so that Oishi-san could haul them up into their truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. Oh god, it's raining hard outside now. Actually, that's partially fitting, minus the fact that it's not raining right now in Higurashi, but whatever. I'll take what I can get for some ambience. I could hear the spring squeaking as I sat down into the seat. Sat down onto a seat that would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point, it was pretty soft. It was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on.
では、レディーファーストで。お嬢さんの家から行きましょう。住所はどちらです？
ありがとうございます。私の家はですね、
Not revealing locations. There we go. Reina's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into a void of sleep.
もしもーし、前原さん。完全に眠っちゃってますか？
When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Oishi-san was giving me light slaps on the cheek. It didn't feel good at all, so it woke me up immediately.
すみません。すっかり寝込んじゃって。
Something was being held right under my nose. A clump of metal? It was a can of coffee.
ぬるいですがね。甘いカフェオレなら常温でも結構飲めますよ。
あ、どうも。
I mechanically took the can and opened up the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleeping mind. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped, and why I was offered coffee. Oishi-san had been in the driver's seat, who had been in the driver's seat had at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. Me too, Kay. Me too. Oh no. We're in interrogation territory here. Reina was dropped off, and oh, for fuck's sake. It reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I realized I had made a mistake. Today of all days, it did not look like I would be getting away. I had a feeling that until Oishi-san heard what he wanted to know, he wouldn't be letting me go.
そんなに構えられても困ります。別に取って食おうってわけじゃないんですから。前原さん。
Oishi-san gulped down the last bit of his coffee with a stretched voice, showing me how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness.
俺に、また何の用ですか？
よう。いえいえ、別に別に。
I don't know, at the library you seemed like you really needed something. You're going to evade the question at this point? What a deeply unreadable man.
私からは用はないんですが、前原さんから私に用があるんじゃないかと思いましてね。
別に用なんかないです。
ありゃあ、本当にあるんじゃないですか？
There's only one side door in the back seat of the truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Oishi-san. I couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Oishi-san, despite my, well, whatever, he was relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing larger and larger, to an amount of time that almost seemed infinite.
前原さんから相談したいことがきっとあったと思ってたんですけどね。
Oishi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smell still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did Oishi-san know? What did he know, and what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, would Oishi-san disappear too? I had the feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in his case. What the fuck?
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんでしょうね。
Alright, here we go with the music. Oishi-san addressed me in a low tone, as if he was talking to himself. How all this ended up happening? How the hell should I know? That was all that I wanted to know.
富武二郎さんと高野美代さん、ご存知ですよね。
Oh my god.
お祭りの時、園崎しおんさんを含めて4人で一緒におられたのを私がこの目で拝見してますから。
I don't know what you're talking about, bitch.
その富武さんと高野さん、今どうしておられるかご存知ですか？
They're dead.
実はお亡くなりになってましてね。気の毒な死に方でした。
Oishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew, and it didn't display the extreme reaction he expected.
おや？ひょっとしてご存知でした？
Unfortunately, for this question in particular, remaining silent was the equivalent to saying yes.
じゃあこっちもご存知かな。富武さんと高野さんがたたりに遭われた理由の方です。
Okay, so I thought Oishi was like against the idea that the curse was real. Why is he like? I don't know if he's joking about it or not, but even chapter 1 Oishi didn't really joke about it. He was just more or less just like, oh yeah, no, the curse ain't real. It's fucking bullshit. It's not logical, all that shit. Now this.
なんでもですね、入っちゃいけない禁断の建物に入ったからだって言われてるんですよ。
Okay, I don't know why this sound effect played. We get it. They went into his forbidden building. We too were in that forbidden building. The storehouse for ritual implements. The forbidden shed, sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained past. Where the mistake that started it all happened.
村長さんや古出里香さんもそのせいでたたりに遭われたんだという噂はご存知で？
Oh my god. That would mean that it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did.
西宮殿って言いましたっけ？あそこの鍵を簡易なものに付け替えたから賊に入られたんだっていうケチがついてるらしいんですよ。
What? This was news to me.
一昨年くらいまでは西宮殿にはでっかい缶抜きとでっかい錠前がいくつも付けられていたらしいんですよ。ところがほら、神主夫妻がお亡くなりになられて、今は古出里香さんが切り盛りされてるでしょ。缶抜きが重くて大変だから、もっと軽い簡単な錠前に付け替えてほしいと村長さんに相談したらしいんですよ。
I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, but the lock certainly had been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one too, and it didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like.
リカさんはあの通り、錆びついて重くなった缶抜きはしんどかったんでしょうな。で、村長さんが職人を手配して簡単な南京錠で鍵ができるように付け替えたんだそうです。
それがどうしてケチがつくことになるんですか？
つまりですね、前の厳重な錠前なら賊には忍び込まれなかった。村長さんとリカさんが勝手に安っぽい鍵に変えたから賊に破られたんだと、こういう話らしいんですよ。
Oh, so that's cool.
そんな話。
そういう話がまかり通ってて、一部の村人たちが西宮殿に忍び込んだ賊と賊に破られるような鍵に変えた村長とリカさんを罰したんだなんて話があったりなかったりしてるんですよ。相原さん、どう思います？
どう思うって、その一部の村人ってのもよくわからないし。
御三家ってご存知ですかな。渡流しのお祭りの開会式典で各家の代表がそれぞれ挨拶をなさってるでしょ。
ははははははは。
見ていません。祭りには途中から来たからよくは。
御三家ってのはひなみ沢の旧家の3つの家のことなんです。具体的に言うと、君吉家、園崎家、古出家の3つのことです。
Yeah, we knew all that decently well. Sorry, hold on. I forgot that I can't read. Wait, what am I saying? I don't understand anymore.
本当に古い家筋らしくてね。大昔から村の決め事は御三家が合議して決めるんだと言われてます。
The Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, meaning the mayor's family. The Sonozaki family was Mion's. So the Furue family was Rika-chan's family, right?
園崎家が戦後に一気に勢力を拡大しましてね。例のダム闘争で反ダムの旗頭になってからは事実上ひなみ沢を牛耳るトップに躍り出ました。でもですね、古いしきたりに従い今でも重要な村の方針は御三家で合議して決めているんだそうです。だから渡流しの開会挨拶も御三家の当主がそれぞれなさるんですよ。つまり村長と園崎家の現当主のおばあ様、そして古出家の最後の一人リカさんです。
園崎家が大した家柄だという話は聞かされてたけど、リカちゃんの家もそういう旧家だったのか。
まあご存知の通り親族は全くおられませんから、古出家は事実上全く勢力を持ちませんがね。ただリカさん個人には求心力があるようで、村のお年寄りには盲信する方が多いと聞いています。
It was certainly true that Rika-chan had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly.
で、その御三家ってのが何だって言うんですか？
Oishi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette.
ここまで説明してもまだ説明が足りませんかね。
わからないから聞いてるんです。
Oishi-san gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another puff of smoke.
御三家の人間が相次いで消されてるんです。どういうわけかね。ひなみ沢の内側の古い因習か何かに基づいているんじゃないかと読んでいるんですが、それ以上のことはさっぱり。
Members from the three families are disappearing one by one? Wait, what? Hold up.
そんなの俺にだってさっぱりです。
ですから君吉家古出家の当主が消えたんですから、 次は園崎家の当主が消えるんじゃないかななんて思ったり思わなかったりしたりする今日この頃、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。ななんちゃって。
園崎家の当主って誰だよ。
当主は園崎本家のおばあちゃんなんですが、実質上の当主権限はもう孫娘のミオンさんに移行していると見て間違いないでしょうね。
The visions of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan sprung back in the mind.
ミオンが消える。
I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. That's insane!
嫌でしょう。
Well, no shit!
当たり前だ。そんなの許せるものか。
Clamp. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands.
では協力を、前原さん。
You're making it hard for me to want to trust you. This version of you ain't exactly too trustworthy in comparison to one in Chapter 1. Well, to answer your question, Brendan, he is not here. I had to check for myself. It's almost been an hour since he left that dab chat.
園崎ミオンさんについて最近気づいたことを何でもいいから話してください。
That Mion is a psychotic bitch. Was I going along with him? By the time I realized it, it was already too late. Oishi-san brought his face closer and almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. I can't tear my eyes away from his. That moment, I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, so he finally let go of me and leaned towards the driver's seat.
もしもし。はいはい、神戸良子。
I was saved. Of course, it's not like I can use this as an opening for an escape.
そうですね。はいはい。では戻りましょう。はいはい。はいはい。
Apparently, he was being recalled. Huh. Now that I know I'd been freed, the tension in my body all dissipated.
そろそろ戻らないといけないみたいです。これからがいいところだったんですが、残念ですね。
Oishi-san flung open the door, exited, and walked in front of the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could leave?
前原さんは友達思いの今時関心な若者です。友人のことを警察に喋るとなんだか裏切っているような気持ちになるのをよくわかっていますよ。前原さん、一晩差し上げますからゆっくりお休みになってよく考えてください
You
ね。
scare me, you bastard.
前原さんのほんのちょっとの勇気が結局大勢の友人を救うことにつながるかもしれないのです。
Did he want me to say the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika-chan and Satoko?
分かってると思いますが、綿流し以降毎晩何かが起こります。これまでは毎年1回だったたたりが今年は連日。本当に景気のいい年です。
そんなの景気がいいなんて言いません。
おととい、昨日、そして今日、明日の晩も起こらないなんて保証どこにもありませんよ。それを未然に防ぐのが私たちの仕事ですが、それには前原さんの協力が不可欠なんです。
I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to even care.
まあ、今日はもう眠いでしょう。もう3時になりますからね。どうぞごゆっくりお休みになってください。
はい。では、失礼します。
When I was about to get out of the truck, as if delivering a parting blow, Oishi-san said in a raised voice,
私、前原さんが話す気になってくれるまで、取り調べして自白を強要っての もう時代じゃないと思いますんで。
I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same response. After lightly beeping the horn, Oisha-san drove off. Goddamn, I can't speak. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. I walked over the staircase. That was where I lost consciousness. Yeah, I was just gonna say, that's where that's gonna come into play, I'm assuming. Is this the end of this chapter? And then we're gonna move on to... Let's see. God, that's a lot. Oh my god. Okay. In case it wasn't too apparent, I'm a bit scared. Okay? I don't know what to expect. I don't know who to expect. What I know is that things are just gonna get more and more interesting. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see what goes down. Of course, we gotta view the tips. Okay, so we have Scrapbook 9, the elderly leader of the Sonozaki family, from Scrapbook 10, and Request Denied. Let's get to it. The Sonozaki family. The one who drastically expanded its influence after the war was the Sonozaki family. The leader at the time was Oryu Sonozaki, who still has the seat to this day. Oryu... Is it Oryu? I think it's Oryu, they said. Anyways, she has grown old, and today you can only catch a glimpse of who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she was a leader extolled in the best of history, or as the best in history. Having become so old, aside from going out a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude, and seems to leave most of the ceremonial affairs to her heir, Mion. There are different views as to why the successor was not her daughter, but her granddaughter Mion, wait, what? Okay. But it was rumored that it had to do with disownment of her daughter and son-in-law. What the fuck? That inhabited granddaughter, Mion Sonozaki, still shows no signs of dignity required of the next leader. However, she does have the Sonozaki blood in her veins, and is permitted the name of Demon. She still doubtlessly requires caution, and is probably hiding her fangs and claws as skillfully as the leaders did in the past. What the fuck? So Mion's just labeled as a demon? To everyone? Or to certain people? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, considering what I saw, but who else knows?
Hi. 郵便局員も目撃してないそうです。園崎本家は郵便受けにハンコが吊るしてあるそうで、書き留めも宅配便も勝手にハンコをして投函していいことになってるんだそうっす。
そりゃ不用心ですね。ってことは最後の目撃はいつになるんです？
綿流しの開会式でした挨拶が最後です。その後すぐに帰宅したらしいっすから。
恒例ですからね。話じゃ週に何回かお稽古事で外出してるそうじゃないですか。そっちはどうです？
毎週月曜に集会所で大正事を習ってるんですが、今週は休んだそうです。
欠席の電話とかは？それを誰かが確認したとかは？
いえ、誰も。ただたまに休むことがあったらしいので、誰も不審には思わなかったようです。
明日さ、10時くらいになったら市役所のふりして電話してみましょうかね。在宅を確認してみてください。
10時ですね。了解っす。
Ever since it started to seem more and more like ancient Hinamizawa traditions had something to do with all of this, he had keeping a careful eye on the three families. At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family and the leader of the Furude family had disappeared. There was only one leader left. Oiru? Fuck. The leader of the Sonozaki family. She was apparently a pretty old woman. Her dignity wasn't waned, but she still only appeared before people rarely, so it was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. She, the last leader, hadn't been seen since the day of Watanagashi. Was she still alive and well within the Sonozaki main house? Or had she...
園崎美音が言うには体調を崩して寝込んでるんだそうです。
本当に寝込んでるのかな。顔と脈を見てみたいですね。
まったくっす。
The two of them breathed a big puff of cigarette smoke.
大石さん、園崎本家と古出神社の捜査令状、申請通ると思います？
Oishi didn't respond, exhaled another cloud of tobacco smoke. His surroundings are now as foggy as his mind. Oh, this just gets better and better. I love it. Alright, from Scrapbook 10. Alright. The Hidden Demon. Oh god. The inhabitants of Hinamizawa believe that the blood of demons flows in their blood. Such a character for demon, I'm assuming that's the character for it, anyways, is treated as very sacred. For example, the usage of the character in names is apparently a right reserved for only the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. Case in point, we can see it in the current Sonozaki family's leader's name, Oiru, is written with the character, I don't really know what that is, I'm sorry. This, and with only this, is proof, or sorry, not with, oh yeah, and with only this, is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonozaki family, in the same way of Mion Sonozaki, its successor, contains the character in her name, with me being written as that. It also goes for Oiru's daughter and Mion's mother, Akane, who did not succeed her. It is known that before the disowning, Akane's name was actually written with this, though it was changed afterwards to this, and it still reads as Akane. Incidentally, it is thought that the first character of the mayor's Kichiru's name originally meant demon, so which also is read as Ki. It should be said that the names of using the character aren't limited to only the successors of the Sonozaki family. You can even find it in the last names of the three families. For example, the characters for Kimiyoshi are likely a split-up version of this if you write it in reverse from and top to bottom as this. What the fuck? It clearly resembles the character. What the fuck? I can't. Wow! As if I couldn't read before. As for the Furude family, who had been in the Shinto priesthood for generations, the word for fortune teller can be written without interval of characters, such as insert here. I think that with the addition of the demon's horn, the tick at the top of the character, this became the that is used in their name now. In the case of the Sonozaki family, where the Sonozaki is written, I can't find any reference to the character right here. Perhaps it's because that it's already ingrained into their names. They were the clan responsible for running the Watanagashi ceremony, so I think that instead they included the contents of the ceremony into their last name. The Zaki in Sonozaki is a conjunction of the word for slice, and the Sono, written as this, probably contains a hidden meaning of human body. as it was a complete mess, organs enclosed by four. You know what? This is tying into too many things that I don't know, dog. I don't. What? What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong? I think in other words, that Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut? What? Alright, one more tip. Request denied.
あ、お疲れ様です。
どうです？何か手がかりはありました？
The officers shook their heads in disappointment. Exhaustion was painfully showing on everyone's faces. That was only natural, though. None of them have gotten a wink of sleep since the day of the Wat Nagashi.
課長、若い子から交代で仮眠取らせてあげてください。ここからは長丁場になりますからね。無理せず、体を休めながらのんびり行きましょう。
みんなには交代で休めって言ってるんだけどね。みんな遠慮してなかなか休んでくれないんだよ。お医者さんからも言ってくれないか。
ありゃありゃ。みんな遠慮しないでいいんですよ。小宮山君、若い子から順に交代で休ませてあげてください。
小宮山さん、そうしてあげてください。
After the chief told him as well, Komiyama-san left his seat.
で課長、例の請求なんですけど。
第一、村人の噂だけなんでしょ。もっと具体的な証拠がなければ難しいよ。
その証拠があの中に詰まってるかもしれないんですよ。
その証拠が中に詰まっているという証拠が必要なんだよ。
課長、なぞなぞやってるんじゃないんですよ。死んだ2人を含む4人が綿流しの晩に西宮殿と呼ばれる禁断の蔵に無断で入り込み、それを何者かが見ていた。ここまでは信頼できる情報なんです。
情報と言ったってあくまでも噂だよ。証拠があるわけじゃない。
I mean, he raises a good point, Oishi.
そりゃまあ、4人が放火無理して忍び込む写真はありませんがね。とにかく4人は西宮殿の中で何かを見たんです。消されるくらいの何かを。
消されるくらいの何か？それは何だい？
That's why I'm asking for a warrant to go looking for it in the first place.
園崎家絡みの闇市場関係が有力候補ですな。拳銃とかご金製の品とか、園崎家の隠し資産ってのも捨てがたいあたりです。
大石さん、気持ちはわかるけど、あの西宮殿ってのは古出神社にある神聖な建物で、地元の人間への相当な配慮が必要な建物なんだよ。
I heard that there was an hour-long call that made made from Congressman Sonozaki to the big man. Chief, could he have you nailed back? Could have nailed you back down?
とにかく相当の証拠がない限り、西宮殿の捜査令状は取れないよ。園崎本家への令状も同じだ。特に園崎本家への捜査は四課と県警の暴対が絡んでる。入念な事前調整がいるんだ。
調整がいるってんなら、私直接乗り込んでつけてきてもいいですよ。暴対は三階さん。隣の雀荘で話した方が早そうなメンツですね。
課長にお客様です。
Pushing the employee who guided him right out of the way was an old man who looked a lot like a Yakuza member, given his crested kimono and hakama? Did he not get enough of this over the phone?
わしは議員の園崎じゃ。責任者を出さんか。はよせい。 どうも。私が課長の高杉でございます。
お前の名刺なぞいらんわ。お前なんぞいつだって感触に飛ばせるんじゃぞ。それにお前だけでは足らん。大石とかいう男も呼ばんか。神聖な古出神社に捜査令状なんぞを請求しよった罰当たり者じゃ。
申し訳ございません。大石はただいま捜査に出ておりまして、なかなか連絡がつきにくく、私が代わって受けたまわりますので、どうぞおかけください。
The chief's eyes were telling me to get out of here. Perhaps I'll gratefully accept this favor. Maybe I'll go lay down in the nap room.
よいか。古手神社はそもそも公暦2600年に次ぐ2500年の歴史を有する神聖にして犯すべからずの聖地なのじゃ。八百万の神々とお社様と先祖の霊を祀り、日が昇りてから沈むまで、月が昇りてから沈むまで、ひなみ沢を見守る尊い神社なのじゃ。それを土足で踏みにじろうというバカがいる。そもそも信仰の自由は憲法で定められた国民の最も尊い権利であろうが、それを自らの捜査の怠慢を口実に汚そうと
He
い
is
う魂胆。
really fucking thorough with everything he wants to say, huh? I'm starting to like,
こんなものは断じて許せんぞ。聞いておるのか、大竹が。わしを怒らせてただで済むと思わん方がいいぞ。
God, he really just had a lot to say just for that. Okay. I was wondering when he was gonna shut the fuck up. Alright. End of chapter 10, which means we're on chapter 11 now. We're probably nearing the end, honestly. Let's go. I saw the ceiling I was familiar with. Although I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock. Despite having turned in so late at night, I had woken at precisely the same moment I always did. I was low on sleep, but I guess you could really get up in the same time every day. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I definitely would not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night with breakfast. Apparently we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satsuko were. My mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
じゃあ、昨夜はお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで探してたの
？3時くらいまでかな。うん。
結局見つかったの？そのリカちゃんとサトコちゃんは。
What bug is that in my fucking room? Bitch! What are you? Wait, what the fuck actually is that? What the fuck? Ah, fuck, damn. Shit, stop flying! Hold the fuck still so I can see what you are. I don't know what you are. Hold on. Oh god, it's gonna die. It's gonna die. What are you? Wait, where'd you go? Where'd you fuck Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, bullshit. You're gonna stop playing around, eh? What a cuck. Fine then, asshole. I'll kick your ass later. Alright. Crunch. I really bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Just then, we heard the chime go ding-dong. I looked at the clock and said it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Reina. was her at the door.
おはよう。少しは眠れたかな
何時間寝れたんだろうな。多分鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。
Raina seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit.
学校行くか。
うん。その方がね、きっといいと思うの。
She said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Raina was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
今日をお休みしたら、きっと圭一くんは病んで寝込んじゃうと思う。私、そんなの嫌だから。だから、一緒に学校に行こ
う。わかった。ちょっと待っててくれ。すぐ支度するから。
I was just a little bit happy about Raina mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Raina, or sorry, Mion, but she's nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd been waiting for us.
みーちゃん、さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
あ、そうか。あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんだよな。一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。
We waited for a bit. Time passed till it got to the point to where it was okay to go alone, and we exchanged glances.
どうする？もう少し待つか？
At my point, my brain, which had finally woken up by the moaning air, recalled the ominous words for Oishi-san had left with me last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, they couldn't be.
行こう。今日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
Raina gave me a pat on the back.
ミオン、本当にいるよな。
ん？何か言ったかな？
あ、いや、独り言。行こうぜ。
The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. That's unusual. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was also a little bit ominous.
前原君、おはよう。龍宮君、おはよう。
おはようございます。
先生から大切なお話があるから、すぐに教室に入るように。いいかね？
Raina had said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. Son of a bitch! That's what it felt like.
Minasan, おはようございます。
The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion at the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
まず、校長先生から大切なお話があります。校長先生、どうぞ。
The principal cleared his throat and approached the whatever that was.
もう知っている生徒もおるだろ
The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Reina-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid even crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい、皆さん注目注目。 今日から当分の間、登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。いいですね。
The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain that she felt for this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today, to be honest. However, Reina told me that school is also like a nursery for the students, whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want the school to be canceled.
では授業を始めます。委員長はお休みですね。では日直号令起立。
The feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, is something that I wanted to agree with at this point. Jesus fucking Christ. As for the teacher who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Reina brought her chair over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of— oh my— oh, that hurts. Oh, that actually oh my God. That hurts way more than it should. That hurts way fucking more than it should. That— the fact that we didn't even need to drag any desk over either was sad.
眠いね。
ああ、でももうそんなに気にならなくなったよ。
I felt that, Kay.
むしろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
そうかもね。
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming into the school and constantly feeling an incredible tension. Reina's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That's to be expected, I guess. Reina was up for a long time last night as well. She wouldn't have the time to make her lunchbox beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning.
遠慮なくつっつけよ。今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
じゃあ遠慮なくいただくね。ああ、しそチーズのちくわ巻きなんて面白いな。
レナのだって今日のはレトルトだろうけどなかなかうまいぞ。
I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom. It seems like we were the only ones trying to, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
こうして二人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってると、なんだかなんだかだよね。
Oh my God, my sweet girl, you are trying your best. Our laughter just grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up.
ごめん。悪かった。
いいよ。仕方ないよ。
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
リカちゃんとサトコ、どこに行ったんだろうな。
Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I just right out said it. I heard Rika-chan catch her breath.
昨日ね、圭一くんがいなくなってる間にいろいろと話を聞いてたから、レナの知ってる限りを話すね。
Okay.
昨べはすまなかった。頼む。
At that time, since they had arrived for support, Reina was helping the ladies' society cook the miso soup that we had. They reported that all the information the villagers had gathered, and Reina said she had overheard it.
でも結局何もわからなかったんだろ。学校が終わってから家に帰って二人で自転車に乗ってどこかへ行ったらしいということ以外は全く。
Mion had told me that yesterday.
うん。警察の人も家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって言ってる。家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行くところといったら町かもしれないでしょ。だから沖宮の町でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい。警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた。
In town, it seemed to make sense that why we couldn't find them, even though we searched throughout all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her, and then... what did she say? Oh, right! If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all that talk about dogs and cats, I still haven't the faintest idea of what she really meant. But it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying that this was a race against time. Damn it! I'd selfishly pushed my anxiety onto Rika and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really fucking screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in the situation where she could just go off and play somewhere. Of course, I don't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch, really.
町なんかに行くわけないと思うんだ。
圭一くんもそう思う？レナもそう思うよ。リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの。
I looked back at Reina, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went into the hallway.
お弁当箱を洗ってくるね。
She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got a feeling that the next thing that she would say would be hard to say out loud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Reina didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out in the back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down into our bento boxes. During that time, Reina didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there was no students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんが街に遊びに行っていなくなったなんて、なんだか腑に落ちなくて、私なりにいろいろ聞いたり調べたりしたの。
聞いた？何を？
婦人会のおばさんたちにいろいろ。昨日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ？富田豆腐店のおばあちゃんも来てたの。
The Tomita Tofu shop. God damn it, dog. Oh, yeah, that's right, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub like Kistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道にさとこちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
豆腐？学校の帰り道にだろ？それが何か手がかりになるのか？
いいから聞いて。 リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと覚えてるかな？
Rana stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、その中にお味噌汁が入ってたの。中にはお豆腐が多分一丁の半分くらい入ってたと思う。残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中にあったの。冷ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
What the fuck? As Reina explained, she walked around as if she was really going through Rika-chan's room.
でもレナ、それが何だって言うんだ？
ケイチ君、お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。
I mean, I guess I wouldn't know. I don't make that kind of stuff, so I guess you would be kind of a master at it? I don't know. What am I saying? These words are weird. But then again, a lot of things I say is weird, so who knows? I'm probably just talking out of my ass. Anyways.
つまり、お料理してたリカちゃんか、もしくはサトコちゃんは、お夕飯の時間の直前まで、あそこに立って料理をしていたことになるの。
夕食の時間の直前まで？
Wait. Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
三角コーナーのゴミを見たら、すごく不吉祥だった。食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、たまにね、サトコちゃんがすることもあるの。だからその晩はサトコちゃんがお料理したんだね。
それってつまりサトコに関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか？
うん。それで私、炊飯釜も見てみたの。炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けていた。
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけどそういうことか。
Reina nodded.
それで次に冷蔵庫の中も見てみたの。そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った冷ややっこがあったの。それだけじゃない。お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。
You usually plastic wrap things that you have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them for breakfast or even lunch.
そう。ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにするものだよね。冷蔵庫に入れたということは、少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったということ。
そういうことになるのか？
ケイチ君、もっとよく考えて。お夕飯を全く手つけずでラップしてあったんだよ。どういうことだと思う？
じゃあ夕食を食べる必要がなくなったわけだ。外食とか出前とかで。
それも突然にね。前もって決まっていたらお料理なんかしない。そしてお夕食は2人分用意されていた。つまりさとこちゃんは2人で食事ができると本当に直前までそう思って料理をしていたということなの。
じゃあ2人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか。
そう。つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて夕食に至るまでの本当にわずかな時間。
Who the fuck could have been involved?
多分7時頃くらい。
Shit.
そんな時間に食事もせずに2人はどこへ行ったんだ？
当然そこに行き着くよね。ケイチ君、覚えてるかな？折りたたみ机が置いてあって、その上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったの。
Oh, right. There might have been something like that. I didn't really remember.
お醤油の小瓶ね。空っぽだったの。もう一滴も入ってなかった。これじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。だから私、流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
よくそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
私もリカちゃんの家に行ってお料理したことあったから。
Reina cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
でね、流しの下を開けてみたら醤油の大瓶が瓶ごとなかったの。
醤油の大瓶がないとどういう意味になるんだ？
ここから先は全部レナの想像だからね。だから最後まで口を挟まずに聞いていてね。
Last night, Satoko was making dinner, just like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food is ready, so she was probably laying down watching a variety show or something like that. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, bought the big bottle of soy sauce to the brought the big bottle of soy sauce to the neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
俺ご近所付き合いってよくわからないんだが、醤油なんかって分けてもらえるものなのか？
うん。ひなみ沢ではそんなに珍しいことじゃないよ。
So Rika-chan rode her bike out to go get soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko waited though, Rika-chan did not come back. So then Satoko called up on the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing you? Or on you? Something like that. Then the other person might reply with something along the lines of this.
うちに食事の用意があるから、さとこちゃんもいらっしゃい。リカちゃんはもう食べてるよって、きっとそんな感じで呼び出したんだと思う。
Satoko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner that she had made for them. Okay. She put it in the fridge so she can use it for breakfast and or lunch in the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too and headed for the house where Rika-chan was.
でもすでにこの時点でおかしいの。食事ってね、突然やってきた人に振る舞えるほど多めに作るものじゃないんだよ。
A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed an extra 2 people.
たまたま偶然作りすぎたことだって考えられるだろう。
それでも絶対に考えられない。
Reina flatly denied me.
だってリカちゃんはさとこちゃんが頑張って作ったお夕飯がもうできてることを知ってるんだよ。どんなにお夕飯を勧められたってさとこちゃんのお夕飯を無駄にするようなことをするわけがない。
That is a fair point. This was all only circumstantial evidence of Reina's guessing work. Even so, it was all very extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple the situation, bereft of clues.
じゃあレナ、リカちゃんはどこへ醤油をもらいに行ったんだ？
That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satsuko wouldn't think it suspicious that she had been invited to for dinner. So, who the hell was it? Reina slowly shook her head.
レナの推理はここまで。
Bullshit! Ow! Oh, I need to hydrate. That'll recover my HP from punching the chair. What if she went to Mion's? Sorry, I punched my chair because Reina's just like, oh, I'm out of guesses. I have nothing else to say. Reina, you torture me so.
あくまでも想像だからね。
I don't think it's really an idea, Reina. I mean, you pulled off some fucking Phoenix Wright, Danganronpa guessing like detective shit up in here. You can't just tell me this is mere guesses. Like, you went thorough with this all. If anything, it's kind of scary. Somehow you're more terrifying here than when you were in Chapter 1. And you haven't even done the light out of your eye thing.
警察の人とかには内緒にしておいてね。
隠すことはないんじゃないか。仮に半分しか会ってないとしても、きっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
ケイチ君、これってひなみ沢の人を疑うって意味だよ。確信もないのに村の人を疑えない。
She has a good point there. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Reina cut the conversation short and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Alright, let's think about this. In my own way this time. Reina had barely any information to go off of, and yet she reasoned that out so much. So there should be something that I, who as far as more than Reina did, could conclude. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident is definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Reina might not want it to believe it, but it's basically given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger of everything was when the four of us trespassed into the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits breaking the taboo was the crime punishable by even death. So that night, Tomotake-san and Takano-san had been sacrificed. There were two left, Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs onto Shion and me, they went after the mayor, whom Shion confessed to her sin. And then next, they went for Rika-chan, whom I also confessed my sin to. Then, what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for what seems to be no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be next to disappear? Would it be Shion or me this time? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had the power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could at least tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those who we had confessed to. And now that I think about it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that up until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than I am, and I was just careless. But that's a whole nother story. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key is to lay. Could it be I was making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and I thought, but I couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was being considered party to this case, and that I had duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. Oh shit. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I want them to get rid of me tonight, for sure. And then put an end to all of this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came to my mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us all.
前原君、昼休みは終わりである
Are you a
ぞ。
fucking ninja or something? Where were you?
教室に戻りなさい。
At the principal's urging, I returned back to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. God, he just kind of snuck up on me. Jesus. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like kindergarten almost. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, then another, and then in the end, it was just Reina and me. I was supposed to escort Reina all the way to her house, but she declined.
本当にいいのか？一人じゃ不用心だぞ。
レナを送った後、一人で帰るケイチ君だって同じくらい不用心だよ。まだ明るいんだもの。大丈夫。
そうか。じゃあ気をつけてな。
うん。あれ？あれ、警察の人じゃないかな。
Fuck! Reina pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. And out of that car came Oishi-san. He must be waiting for my return to ambush me. Son of a bitch! Oishi-san started walking over wearing an annoying grin.
レナはもう行きな。あいつに絡まれると長い。
でも、どうして警察の人がケイチ君に用があるんだろう。
Reina's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearances, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try to pressure me into revealing the truth.
俺は犯人じゃない。
そんなの知ってるよ。
でも、事件に何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。
Reina simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insisted that I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty.
今度話すよ。
うん、待ってるね。
じゃあ早く行きな。
Reina gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over. Bring it.
どうもどうも。
I'm not telling you shit, asshole.
お帰りなさい、前原さん。
Fuck you, creep.
どうも。
ご家族はお留守みたいですね。
They better not be on vacation or doing some job shit again like last time. I swear!
いやはや困っていたんですよ。
He came all the way to my house. I can only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. That is also true, though, to be fair. I guess they would be kind of worried that a policeman showed up. I digress. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late.
親父の仕事の関係で出かけてるんだと思います。帰りは遅いと思いますよ。
そうですか。それは好都合です。親御さんに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted to get me in the car.
警察に連行するんですか？
I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me that resigned feeling.
いえいえ、立ち話もなんですから、車の中でお話ししようってだけですよ。さあ、どうぞどうぞ。
I know you're a policeman, but even that gives me some red flags. Like, ugh. I mean, if someone was police and told me to get into their car to talk, do I comply? I mean, I'm 20, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be fine, but... Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Where am I going with this? He opened the back door and urged me inside, humbly. If I got in, I wouldn't have an easy time getting out. If I said no, however, this man might actually handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner. There was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely.
ありゃ、冷えすぎます？切りましょうか。
He turned off the engine, and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with their cool loneliness, snuck inside. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices, lamenting my ex-born whatever punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments while listening to those voices, I myself laminated the days that have been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first.
捜査の方はどうなってるんですか？
捜査？何のですか？最近はいっぱいやりすぎて、どれのことやら。
You know damn well what I'm talking about, asshole.
全部です。
いいですよ。本当は報道管制の敷かれた秘密捜査なんですが、あなたには特別に聞かせてあげましょう。じゃあ、最初の事件からいきます。
The freak deaths of Tomotake's-san and Takano-san on the night of the Watanabe.
こっちはお恥ずかしいかな。さっぱり進展なしです。まずは富武さん。集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが、自分の喉をかき破るなんて異常な死に方の説明がつかないんです。何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが、検出はされませんでした。
高野さんはどんな感じなんです？
同じくさっぱりです。焼死死体は検視が非常に困難でして、首を絞められた後にガソリンをかけられたんじゃないかと見ています。管轄がお隣の県警さんでね。あちらさん、自分たちの縄張りの事件だからってあんまり協力的じゃないんですよ。おっと、これは関係ない話ですね。
So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably.
ですが、犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。高野さんの方はちょっとあやふやですが、富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に殺害され、山中に遺棄されたと考えるのが妥当でしょうな。
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで死体を運んだんでしょう。富武さんも同じように遠くへ運べばよかったのに。
ありゃ、前原さん、あなたなかなかどうして鋭いですね。もちろん私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っていますよ。他にもいくつか不審点はありますが、まあ現時点でお話しできるのは。
村長さんの方はどうですか？何か手がかりはありましたか？
Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation onto me.
失踪された一日の足取りを調べました。手がかりになるようなものは見つかりませんでしたが、一応お話ししましょうか。
Not what I expected. The mayor, Kichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids?
古い生まれの方って非常にプライドが高いんですよね。それで村長さん、誰にも内緒で鹿骨市内にある大学病院の肛門科に通われていたんです。失踪当日、村長さんは診察の予約が取ってあったんで、朝一で出かけられました。
Even I knew that big hospitals like university hospitals had a really long waiting time. Apparently, people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
診察が終わったのは午後1時頃です。その後、病院内のレストランで軽食を取られ、雑誌を読みながら時間を潰されました。この辺りのことは、自宅にあったお財布の中のレシートで分かってます。
There was nothing suspicious about all of that.
その日は夕方から神社の集会場で会合の予定があったんです。それで 余裕を持ってお帰りになるはずだったんですが、途中電車で人身事故がありましてね、どうもそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、家に着いたのは会合の時間の直前でした。ご家族が大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
会合ってのは何だったんですか？確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まってのものでした。今年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
So then, on his way home, the man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who could encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck at me right at the heart.
あれ？
どうなさいました？
I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head in my hands and tried to drag back what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maibara, you just realized something. Something important. The night of the Watnagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomishige-san died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread out throughout Hinamazawa. They had planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital, ate something, and then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed his clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident of the night of the Watnagashi until he had showed up to the assembly, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody had found out that. He went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That meant that he had absolutely no contact with anybody else. You couldn't have called him on the phone. Okay, but what does this mean, Keiichi Maibara? Why does that matter, Keiichi Maibara?
ケイちゃん、私、どうしよう。
どうした？話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ？
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything.
村長さんに、私、あの晩、最後でに忍び込んだこと、誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
ああ、それで？
君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そして、にっこり笑って、しおちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら、鬼隠しになんかなるものかって、本当に、笑いながら、任せなさいって。
Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became a long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does it mean? Hey, Keiichi Maibara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident in a phone call her father made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. And then the meeting at the assembly began. It continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant...
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？やっぱり暑いんならクーラー入れますよ。
Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently. The fluids packed inside of it all blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, and yet it had been smashed and melted into the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape.
前原さん、もしもし。
はい。
Oishi-san lit another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
私、知ってる限りのことを話したつもりです。お返しに、今度は前原さんの話を聞かせてもらってもいいですよね。
My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like that it had been totally minced and by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't even think.
ほらほら、また黙り込む。もし誤解があるようなら先に解いておきたいんですがね。私は別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです。
Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile.
あの晩、あなたたち4人が西宮殿に忍び込んだことは知っています。次の日にはもう村の知る人は誰でも知る噂になってましたからね。それ自体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが、問題はそれじゃない。そこで何があったかなんです。忍び込んだ人間が次々と犠牲になるような何があったのか。
何もなかったです。
Keiichi. Okay. We should probably tell him. As soon as I said that, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore.
本当に何もなかったんですか？だって、現にこうして中に入った人たちが次々と犠牲になってるんですよ。しかも、扉の鍵を付け替えた村長やリカさんまで犠牲に。それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです。
I was far too tired from keeping quiet about this. Perhaps what Oishi-san's goal was long along, but again, it didn't matter anymore.
大昔に使った拷問道具がたくさんしまってありました。それを高野さんたちと見て回りました。
本当にそれだけ？
本当にそれだけです。
口封じをされるようなとんでもないものが隠してあったんじゃないですか？例えば覚醒剤の山とか消しの秘密工場があったとか、あるいはソ連か中国あたりの拳銃が山ほど積まれていたと。
I don't think we saw handguns there.
不審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか？
There was nothing. As exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there was plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I had thought that I had seen some crazy things that didn't matter in the slightest, the four of us broke the taboo, punish us. That should have been what happened.
あの西宮殿に何か秘密があるんじゃないかと思って捜査令状を請求したんですがね。もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまして、信仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の自由をなんたらかんたら。いやもう、だから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかはなかったんですよ。
本当に古い錆びて埃をかぶった拷問道具しかなかったです。他に目立つものなんて何もなかったです。
では富武さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
I didn't have an answer for the only part.
もういちいち隠しませんけどね。あなただけが今日まで被害を免れてるんです。
What?
あなた以外は全員が消えたのに、あなただけが無事なんです。
Where's Shion?
あなたが無事で、あなた以外が被害に遭う、どんな違いがあったのか、それが知りたいんです。
What are you implying? There was something wrong with what Oishi was saying. You alone. You alone, what?
ちょっと待ってください。あなただけがってどういう意味ですか？
ですから、あなただけが最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。西宮殿に忍び込んだコソ泥4人組の。
What the fuck happened to Shion? The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still...
あの晩に富武二郎さんと高野美代さんが死に、翌日園崎紫音さんが失踪しました。あなただけが無事に今日までを過ごしてるんです。なぜあなただけなのか。
At this point, I wish I knew, Oishi.
私はそれが知りたいと言ってるんです。
シオンが失踪したって？そんなバカな！
I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Tomotake's-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When the hell did she disappear? What the fuck is this guy talking about?
ありゃ？とっくにご存知だったとばかり。
そんなのは初めて聞いた。シオンが失踪した？いつ？
遡ると綿流しの次の日に失踪していたことになります。
The day after the Watnagashi? That's... what? Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand.
園崎紫音さんはその日の気分で親類の家を泊まり歩いたりしますので、所在不明が当たり前なんですよ。学校も気分一つでよく休みますしね。先生も困り果ててました。
そんなことは聞いてない。シオンはいつ失踪したかって聞いてるんだ。
ですから綿流しの次の日です。
The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then, that night, that call, that phone call, who the fuck was that? That's what I'm saying! We had a call with her the day after the Watnagashi. So, was that Mion? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been the phone call with Shion.
学校は平気で休むし、それを自宅に知らせても取り合ってもらえないから、学校もいちいち電話しない。そんなこんなで、彼女が失踪したことに気づくのに、だいぶ時間がかかったんですよ。
I felt a stabbing pain like needles were pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. Then it had to completely cover the surface of my skin. It began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
ほら、覚えてませんか。綿流しの次の日に、私たち図書館でお会いしたでしょう。あの時、シオンさんもいましたよね。あれが最後の目撃なんです。あの後、彼女の所在は確認されてないんです。
そんなバカな。
That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Did Didn't she call me that night?
エンジェルモートっていうファミレスのバイトですよね。あの日から無断欠勤です。今日に至るまで全てを無断欠勤してるんです。お店の人も連絡を取ろうにも取れず困りきってましたよ。
そんなバカな、そんなバカな。
状況証拠だけですがね、図書館でお別れしてからバイト先に向かうまでこの間に失踪したと考えるのが妥当でしょうね。
Right after Shion ran away without me?
ご存知なかったみたいですね。なら先に話せばもっと話が早かったかな。もうこれでご理解いただけたでしょう。あとはあなただけなんです。あなただけが西宮殿に忍び込んだ4人の生き残りなんです。
It couldn't be. It just couldn't be.
次に何か起こるとすれば、それは前原さん、どうかご理解を。
It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared? That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion.
シオンさんはとっくに失踪してるんです。次はあなたなんですよ。
Then, who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights?
そんなバカな。
It had to have been Mion. It had to have been Mion. I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note on my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late, and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I get hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared, would she still call me? Where were they calling from, and who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just connecting the phone line. Just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maibara. Oishi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to some relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and have just been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody. So it wouldn't be strange to think that she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must be why Oishi-san didn't locate her, and why he labeled her disappearance. Yeah, that could be it. The Shion hadn't disappeared at all. And then my right hand moved on its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little.
都合よく考えすぎるなよ、前原圭一。
I knew I didn't want to admit that she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just need to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? And that seemed like it would be an incredibly absurd thing to do.
でも逃げるな、圭一。
If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off of the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, it was my duty to perform. Still, then who Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It could have only been Shion. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. And that's Mion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all of this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse, and now she shook the ladder while spouting curses? Who else? Who else could it have been? Why though? Why would Mion... I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in incidents, in a position where she has the omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched my head. Courage, give me courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It would be too easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion, or quote-unquote Shion, would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be very, very careful. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I don't want to do this. 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 At that point, it rang. The phone rang and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared a long time ago, disappeared the night after the Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply hadn't been found, and I really didn't think that they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, does that mean that she was calling me from another world? Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending me to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued to be insistent ringing. I didn't want to pick up the phone if I have to. I had just concluded, though, that not doing so would solve nothing. Then, what do I do after I answer it? Would I immediately declare that she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, I could pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail.
それが一番安全かもしれないよな。
What I was most afraid of was what the person on the other phone would do when she realized that I knew she wasn't Shion. However, so long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she couldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just make sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomotake-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There was too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. I pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi!
もしもし。
Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
あ、ケイちゃんですか？私です。シオンです。
My momentary convenient and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 fucking pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this.
電話、なかなか出なかったんで、お留守かと思って切ろうとしてたんですよ。
ああ、ごめん。ちょっとその、 お風呂に入っててさ。
それでもご家族の方が電話を取りませんか？ひょっとしてケイちゃんの家、今ご両親はお留守なんですか？
I don't like how you predict that. I failed. I let her on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my house.
いや、別に留守ってわけじゃ。そんなことより聞いたか？リカちゃんとサトコの件。
いえ、結局あの後どうなったんですか？見つかったんですか？
ああ、見つからなかった。
ケイちゃん、どうか気を落とさないで。
If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear for the two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it has come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect a Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear.
リカちゃんとサトコはさらわれたんだよな。
はい、それは間違いないでしょうね。
Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me. And then a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and I felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Sachiko had been kidnapped. Shion in turn had answered that there was not much of a doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words.
リカちゃんとサトコは、いや、ごめん。村長さんはさらわれてどうなったと思う？まだ生きてるんだろうか？
What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko-chan after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frankly caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response, in such a way that sounded like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however...
殺されちゃったんだと思います。
You just interrupted my thought box! Why? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
That was quick. It's obvious this isn't Shion.
人間をさらってその状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。人質にするんでもない限り、ヨンが済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
What if Shion was kidnapped too? And she's being forced to say a lot of this stuff. Regardless, I'm gonna suspect that this might be Mion. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of the clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put my hand over the wall to support myself. A moment later, severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so fucking lightly?
殺しちゃうってそんなにあっさり。人の命を何だと思ってやがるんだ。
恐ろしいことだとは思いますが、多分そうではないかと。
If the mayor was killed, then that means the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill him so readily.
リカちゃまとサトコちゃんも同じだと思った方がいいでしょうね。
You say that so casually. Those were the words I wanted to hear at least. And I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I couldn't help but to scream. This time, the tears flowed. I've been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I have been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness in my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That is why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if I hadn't given in, even my voice gave out, and yet I still cried. And cried.
ケイちゃん、どうか気を確かに。
Rika-chan and Satsuko, they had been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. That has to be my punishment. Then how brutal a punishment it was. To think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it.
そんなことでどうするんですか？次に狙われるのは確実に私かケイちゃんなんですよ。お願いですから、しっかりしてください。お願いします。お願いしますから。
Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice even more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts this person killed them. Why? Why?
どうしてだよ。どうして人をさらったり殺したりするんだよ。たたりだかなんだか知らないが、人の命ってのはそんなに安いのかよ。あっさり消したり殺したり。
ええ、全くです。悪魔ですよね。
I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment.
なあ、シオン、教えてくれ。どうしてこの北見沢では綿流しの夜に人が死ななければならないことになってしまったんだ。
それは私が知りたいです。
もうダム計画との戦いは終わったんだぞ。なのにどうしてまだたたり足りないんだ。どうしてだよ。どうして。理由があるなら言ってみろよ。
I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions, this was interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it, and it was just too funny. It was so funny I couldn't even stop crying.
ケイちゃんの気持ち、私もよくわかります。ダム闘争はとっくの昔に終わったんです。なのに毎年、お社様のたたりという名の殺人と失踪が繰り返されている。なぜ？どうしてなんですか？全然関係ない人もいた。たたられるのに不相応な人だっていたのに、どうして？どうして？
Jesus.
それを俺が聞いてるんだ。
それを私だって知りたいんですよ。
Both our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone.
いいですか？お社様のたたりなんて非現実的なものは初めから存在しません。ケイちゃんの言う通り、村の何者かがお社様のたたりというもっともらしい大義名分を利用して綿流しのたびに殺しと失踪を繰り返しているんです。奴らは狡猾でした。たたりを都合よく利用して村の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ消し去るシステムを構築していったんです。そしてこのシステムで今年は高野さんたちが殺された。
じゃあ2人で十分じゃねえかよ。どうして村長やリカちゃんやサトコまで殺されなくちゃならないんだよ。それに俺は過去のことは今さらどうでもいいんだ。リカちゃんとサトコがなぜ殺されなくちゃならなかったのか、その一点にしか興味がないんだ。どうしてなんだ。サトコには打ち明けてすらないんだぞ。どうしてサトコまで。どうしてなんだ。
But Shion didn't answer for a while.
ケイちゃん、もういじめないでください。
A sob. Was Shion crying?
私だって何が何だかわからないんです。最後殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding.
あの晩、高野さんたちが死んだと聞き、耳を疑いました。そして すぐに気づいたんです。今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだって。忍び込んだのは私たち4人。私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけがない。そう思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて恐ろしいことだったか、ケイちゃんにはわかりますよね。
There was nothing fake about her words. She even understood how I felt.
だから私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。私はみんなが入ってはいけないという西宮殿にいけないことだとは分かっていましたが、本当に面白半分な気持ち、ちょっとした探検気分のつもりだったんです。一緒に入った高野さんたちはその後すぐに殺されてしまいました。それもあんなむごい最後。
I have a hint as to why Satoko was involved.
あの日からいつ私も襲われるのではないかと怯えています。君吉のおじいちゃんしか助けてくれる人がいません。だからおじいちゃん、助けてって。君吉のおじいちゃん怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って、しおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who have heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, did I let my emotions take over and go off at her? Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self deep in my mind whispered to me, "Don't forget Keiichi Maibara. Don't forget about the mayor." On the morning after Wat Nagashi, he was told of Takano-san and Tomosuke-san's deaths over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to the hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He only made it back in time for the meeting and then went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said.
いつ村長に打ち明けたんだよ。ごめんな、シオン。悲しい気持ちのところに追い打ちをかけるようで。シオンは打ち明けたんだよな、君吉のおじいちゃん、つまり村長に。
はい。
When did you tell him?
いつ打ち明けたんだよ。
I began to get scared of saying it out loud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me.
村長さんは重い痔を患ってて病院にかかっていたという話は知ってるか？
ケイちゃん、それが何か。
答えてくれ。知らないなら知らないと答えればいい。
There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she
血だっ
replied,
たのは知ってます。座る時とか辛そうでしたから。
病院に通ってたんだ。どこの病院かは知ってるよな？
ごめんなさい。それはちょっと知りませんけど。でも、ケイちゃん、それが一体何の。
Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. It meant that it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital and confessed everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans.
単刀直入に聞きたいんだ。シオンは いつ村長に打ち明けたんだ？どこで？大雑把でいいから教えてほしいんだ。
ケイちゃん、なんでそんなことを。
Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real Shion.
ありえないんだよ。村長が失踪した日、朝から消えるまでシオンには接触できる機会はありえないんだ。
そんな。
村長は朝一で誰にも内緒の大学病院へ一人で診察に出かけた。シオンは今この病院を知らないと言った。だから帰ってくるまで村長と接触することはできないはずだ。そうだろう。帰りの電車が事故で遅れたので自宅に帰ってきたのは会合の始まる直前だった。つまり会合が始まるまでの時間にも打ち明ける時間的余裕はないんだ。
I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it.
シオンも一緒に会合に出たのか？そして会合の席上で打ち明けたのか？ここで打ち明けなきゃもう時間がないもんな。村長は帰宅途中で失踪するんだから。
Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response.
実は会合にで。
あの日シオンが行くと言ったバイトすら君は欠勤してるんだ。もっと端的に言おう。君は俺と一緒に行った図書館以降。
ケイちゃん、
園崎シオンは綿流しの翌日に失踪したんだ。
The other end fell silent as the grave. It was too quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there.
大石さんは君がすでに失踪していると言っているんだ。でもシオンはこうして毎晩俺に電話をかけてきてくれただろ。
Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I hadn't said anything fucking wrong.
頼む、シオン。俺が言ったことが間違ってるなら、シオン、頼むから。シオン、お前は村長に会ってなんかないんだ。もし会ったとしたなら。
If Shion ever did have a chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant
村長が会合を終えた後、すなわち失踪する直前、もしくは失踪してからしかありえないんだ。
Oh, holy shit! Oh, fuck you! I stood there dazed for a while I realized that she had hung up on me. That cocky little bitch. Bring it the fuck on. Bring it the fuck on, bitch. Oh, no. We are not fucking done tonight. We are not fucking done tonight. No, we're fucking not. Alright, let's see. Let's read this. Let's do it. What do we got next? The problem with the twins. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in village especially, the three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the precious balance of the three families had just feared collapsing under the weight of the eternal strife from things like the family quarrels. According to the literature, if both twins were born, then they had to be cold? With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family successor Mion Sonozaki and her twin Shion are alive and is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader Oryu was sympathetic? Of course, the twins are not cared for equally, and as the heir Mion receives special treatment. For what I've heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same on the outside, their talent lies solely with Mion. From my own observations of the two of them, don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit the demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there is an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. From what I've heard, there is apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Oryu's back as well. Then I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to her heir Mion. I really want to see her back. Some Yakuza-esque shit. What the fuck? Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Clatter clatter.
あんりゃ、クラちゃん、あんたが一番遅いよ。若い人はみんな揃ってる。
じゃあお母さん、すみませんね。
Oishi handed over the convenience store bag with the carton of cigarettes in it to the lady who owned the mahjong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now.
おいさん、お疲れ様っす。
なんだ、みんな真面目に待ってたんですか？さんまでもやってりゃよかったのに。
Everyone sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor were Oishi's subordinates, but there were no titles laid out anywhere.
皆さん、連日の不眠不休の捜査、本当にお疲れ様です。
よし！
Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already, it had lost the atmosphere of the place of entertainment.
状況は芳しくありません。所長が園崎系議員の恫喝に屈したそうです。近日中に高野殺しはお隣の県警さんに譲り、村長たちの失踪は行方不明扱いで生活課に委ねるようです。
That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed him.
請求した令状もすべて却下されました。課長からは園崎家界隈には近づくなとまで言われています。いやいや困ったもんです。ちなみに私には来週から警視庁への研修命令が出るそうです。その後は余った有給を伊豆で消化しろとまで言われています。いや、そういうのも悪くないですね。
We heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do.
いつもそうですが、事件と車のキーの閉じ込めはよく似ています。開けるための鍵はいつもその中に閉じ込められているんです。車なら修理業者を呼んで扉をこじ開ける。事件なら、熊ちゃん、図面を。
Kumagai flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets.
私もずーっとこの商売をやってます。勘には自信があるつもりですがね。退職金が欲しい方は私が10数える間に席を外してください。
Oishi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with them. It was their famous 10-count resolution.
9、10。 ああ、誰も出てかないよ。皆さん、ご家族はもっと大切にしてくださいよ。
Everybody laugh uproariously, cheering the things up.
各自、手元の資料を確認。監視カメラの所在と死角を叩き込んでください。クマちゃんは指揮者で待機。非常時は私に代わって指揮をお願いしますよ。小宮山君は突入 A 班、淳君は突入 B 班を指揮。監視班は1から8まで所定の位置で監視を。ボンチ君はタイムテーブルを厳守。書に怪しまれないようローテを管理してください。さて、待機中の班が一番大仕事ですよ。課長に私の所在を聞かれたらとぼけてください。ゲストのエスコート役は私がやります。きっと会場へ連れて行きますので、皆さん気長に待っててください。
落ちるっすかね、前原圭一は。
私の見たところじゃ、明日明後日には行けそうですよ。もうコロッとね。
Oh, trust me. I think Keiichi's gonna do something on his own after what he heard. Detective Watanagashi? Wait. Read all the tips in Watanagashi. That's all the tips? What's next?
ケイチ。
放っておいてやれ。友達が行方不明になったんだ。気の毒にな。
Normally my dad never shows me any consideration. But this time, he did.
うちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか？警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
そうね。もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
それよりもこんな物騒な事態になったら学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか？まったく学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I could not care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I could care less about. The breakfast table and the food in front of me, the time and date, myself, I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication.
圭一、学校の勉強はどうなんだ？圭一の方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？もしそうなら、しばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. In such short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, the bright as clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. The people were made to disappear every night, and that we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny little and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo. I got ads on Discord, what the fuck? Okay.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろ？やめようぜ。鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。シオンだってこれが密会現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
I proud as I took the lock from Tomosuke-san's hand and put it back in the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go, let's go! Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tobutsuke-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders dropped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then at least her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red, I clapped, and I clapped. Huh?
レナちゃんじゃない？いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my meet time with Reina.
ケイチ、しばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか？
そうだね。気を使ってくれてありがとう。
I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Reina.
おはよう。今日から集団登校だから遅れちゃダメだよ。
That's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on their way would be waiting for us.
俺さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。学校。
Okay, that's some ASMR.
うん。
She answered shortly, nodding.
ケイチくんが自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を。だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。あ、それからこれ回覧板。お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I took the notice. There was a lot more pages than usual. The one at the top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。きっと見つかるから。待ってよ。ね。
Reina said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。
うん。
レナは知ってるんだろう。俺があの晩
西宮殿に忍び込んだことかな。
I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことよりもそれを隠していたことだと思うの。圭一くんは自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that myself should have apologized me on for. I hurt her badly. However, I didn't really realize it at all. Plus, with all that confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it.
レナの言う通りだな。俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
圭一くん、もしもだよ。もしも圭一くんが悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら、リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit that. Wasn't Reina telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone such a horrible direction? Reina's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixed, whatever that word is, onto my own.
ああ、そうだ。
If I admitted to my crime sooner, Then Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't had to die and disappear. Smack! The palm of Reina's hand slapped me on the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't even hurt at all.
誰も圭一君のことを叱らなかったと思う。だから私が代わりに圭一君を叱るね。
I pressed my hand onto my cheek, now warm with embarrassment. I quietly stared down at Reina's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。それはわかる？
ああ。
返事ははいだよ、圭一君。
はい。
そしてもっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことはもっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
はい、僕が悪かったです。
For a few moments, Reina stared at me, silently and intensely, as if... yeah. Then finally the tension in her face softened and she smiled.
じゃあもう時間だから私は行くよ。
ああ。
回覧板お母様に渡しておいてね。あと回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
I bent down and picked up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out in a class where now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page, with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some.
なんだこれ。
I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said that it arrived in barrels, so please bring a 2-liter bottle or another container for it. That's how it's tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら園崎家か。レナ、お前ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ。
うん、知ってた。
Reina had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that a big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her hair Mion frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. Talked to him and invited him to her house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family, and they probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure that they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there, wouldn't it all be any trouble?
俺、ミオンのところへ行く。謝ってくるよ。もう全部終わりにしてもらう。ミオンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、 もうこれ以上誰も犠牲にならないように頼んでくる。
But that decided there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Reina to the exit of the house. And then she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だよ。
レナは来るな。この上レナまで巻き込まれたら俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Reina didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。だからケイチ君だけを行かせない。
Reina argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve.
わかった。行こう。ありがとう、レナ。
Reina nodded slightly but firmly, and finally letting down the arm blocking me. Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes that I have committed. And then we will put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Reina following me, I left the house. In front of the house was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san.
いやー、おはようございます。前原さん、それから龍宮さんも。朝から羨ましいですね。
Oh my god. Oishi, I literally do not have the time or patience for your jack bullshit. I will destroy you. I mean... Yeah, I'm just insane. I don't know where I'm going with this, to be perfectly honest with you. Okay. What a truly praiseworthy man he was. If he had been lying in waves so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this is actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、龍宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？これは失礼しました。私、沖宮署の大石と申します。
There is like so many things on my mind. If that wasn't like too insanely obvious. Sorry, I'm like trying to like collect myself a bit. I'm like, just so many things in my mind. I'm like, oh my god. This is really gonna try to destroy me. I'm calling it here and now. Oh my god. Oh. Okay.
どうぞよろしく。
大石さんに喋るのか？
うん。ケイチ君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、みーちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Pain and sadness. I look down as those emotions build up in my heart.
大石さんにお話があります。
はてはて、どんなお話でしょうか？ここで立ち話します？それとも車の中でしますか？
車の中でします。
I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Reina was. At Reina's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw some murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then and took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです。話したらなんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか？
Oisha-san asked this while scratching his head with a ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price I have paid up until now for me not owning up to my own crimes have been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static.
はい、もしもし、大石です。はいはい、引き続き見張りお願いします。了解しました。3号、7号は先ほど応援が到着、起動しました。あと、課長は大石さん探してるみたいっす。私のとこにも連絡がつき次第ってさっきから何回もうるさいっすけど、どうします？ね答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか。ごまかしといてください。
The radio grew silent.
いや、失礼。仕事の連絡でした。
今、園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
ありゃ？そんな風に聞こえちゃいました？そりゃ困ったな。秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。事情聴取も家宅捜査もとにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて、令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
大石さんってひょっとして。
Reina's tone and voice alone was enough to make her spike, to the spike clear. Anyways.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから、圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか？
レイナ、それはどういう意味だ？
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
人聞きが悪いですね。でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
Oisha-san lit a cigarette and responded to Reina, wearing an expression implying that he was calm and willing to let her comment slide.
あなたは令状が取れないけれど、みーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。圭一君を焚きつけて園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして圭一君に何かがあればそれを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。そうでしょ？
I only understood about half of what Reina was saying. Really? I understood everything, Keiichi. How dense are you? I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me.
その結果、圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに、恥知らず！これが警察のやり方なの？
いやいや、こりゃとんだところに名探偵がいたもんです。いやはやいやはや。あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですよ。
卑劣か。
Reina spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
でも結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね。
そりゃどうも。
Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Reina. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人はこれからどうするつもりです？
We're doing our own thing.
私が証拠固めを終えて令状が請求できるまで のんびり待っててくれるわけですかな。
そんなの待ちません。私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps it was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。下手すりゃあなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
Oisha-san was measuring our resolve, so in a strong voice I declared.
そんなのは覚悟の上です。
Oisha-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
もし私たちに何かあったなら、それを口実に踏み込んでください。犯人を取り逃がさないようにぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。参りましたよ。降参です。
どういうことだよ。
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるなら、これが万が一の時の保険になるの。万が一の時の。
Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。大石より熊ちゃんへ。お友達が2人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では、参りましょうか。お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Neither Reina or I wanted to go along with Oishi's stupid joke. We just wanted to get to the bottom of this and call it at that. Let's win this shit. Oishi-san stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen and or been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it was right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。情報では園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。でもご安心を。何度か死角をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくださればすぐにわかりますよ。
絶対に説得しますから、自首を認めてくださいね。
In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。今さら信じないでしょうが、できることならあなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
本当に今さらだな。
With a rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and the voice of the cicadas greeted us. I never had expected that this would be happening today.
行こう、ケイチ君。
Reina took the lead and began to walk down a road I've never been down.
レナはミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
うん、何度もあるよ。とても大きな家でね。お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
Big enough to fit a mountain. That's decently amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa and the head of the family, the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said for its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along the edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them were bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was a dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping around them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. Yeah, that sounds ugh. In addition, there were signboards hung up there and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged the entry fee of 1 million yen!
この森、いや、山か。まるまる庭なのか。
庭というか領地だね。見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから、散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was dark and damp, certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when the landowner has too much land. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been withered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether or not they're even functional.
俺たちが来るの、ミオはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
見てないと思うな。だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
That's right. Mion's father. He was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Reina smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, big as I ever imagined, had appeared. She was living by herself with her grandmother, in a house with such a grand gateway?
いるかな。
Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. It was cut off in the middle and not getting to the house. We waited outside long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through the gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands and palms, now sweating into fists. There was a clang as bolts were being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out the gas was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。
Is it? Is it unusual?
二人とも学校は？
Why are you speaking so calmly? Mion didn't seem that surprised that there was visitors arriving in the morning, which isn't even a normal time for that record. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも？二人とも不良なんだからな。
Reina smiled lightly, in a way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。入りなよ。
She gestured us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Reina.
行こう。
Reina smiled cheerfully as we were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rallied myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ、でけえ家じゃねえか。
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
Mion dryly smiled as she said that, and then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt.
気にしないで。
I'm worrying about it.
最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
ああ、そうだな。
Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of shadow in her smile.
ではご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Reina gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチ君、硬くなりすぎかな。私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside of the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and I laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石は何だ？邪魔だぞ。
There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock right on top of them. I don't understand why something like that was even there. Reina noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？これは何だ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
ケイチ君、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
え？あ、本当だ。
人様の家なのにツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。代々語り継いでるのか、季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。迷惑してるんだけどね。
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
Ew. I couldn't help but to laugh at the silly yeah. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。それを思うとこれはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。ま、上がって上がって。
Inside the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't that bad either.
冗談でしょ。隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。あれは羨ましいよな。冬場は暖かそうだし。あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大変って、そんなに雪が降るのか？ひなみ沢は。井戸は関東より南なくらいだろ？ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか？
ケイチ君知らないの？ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。
Oh.
大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。
Oh.
玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was a bad place for the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like this place got plenty of snow and we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? And not being able to find your car? That's way too much damn snow.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ。日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでも何でもいい。寒いのは嫌だ。
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
嫌だ嫌だ、全力で嫌だ。 寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
Mion laughed even more upwards than she had, and then told us she'd bring out some tea, and she left her seat for the moment.
でもね、冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。寒中水泳やら雪中行軍やら。ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。
Someone sounds like she's speaking from experience.
雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
Oh. I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
だからなんで外で遊ぶんだよ。雪が降ってんだからぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。
はうじゃねえ。
I settled things with a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot of complete tea set. How do we know there's not a form of poison or toxin in this?
お茶受けはごませんでいい？羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
With those words, the smile disappeared from Raina's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us that we had nearly... Yeah. I wanted to enjoy this peaceful time a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. And when she noticed the smile disappear from Raina's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks of the paper door. Fuck the storm that's going on outside. And altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both I and Reina sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ召し上がれ。
Couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at the natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。
Thanks for making me think about it.
そこまで信用ないかな。心外だね。
Mion gave a bitter smile that let her shoulders droop. Yep, that's great. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone would speak up first. It was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも。客はそっちなんだよ。用があって来たんじゃないの。そっちから切り出してくれなきゃ、おじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
Reina and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Reina opened her mouth first to speak, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君。
Fuck you, Weather!
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
うん。わかった。
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな。お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。ダメだよ。うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things with totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
ミオ、まず謝ることがある。
ケイちゃんが何を？
Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I clearly had gotten my point across.
綿流しの晩、俺は神社の祭具殿に入ったんだ。
I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。でもほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで悪気はなかったんだよ。でもいけないことだったんだよな。謝る。この通り。
To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead on the table. I meant it as a way as whatever. I figured that I wouldn't feel sincere if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a little while. Mion didn't even say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った参った。
I looked up to see Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、ちょっとでも理解してくれたなら、それでいいよ。業に入りては業に従えって、昔から言うもんね。
あれからもう何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが、謝る。悪かった。許してくれ。
I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. As if I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
Sir Pickled Lemon, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. How was your stream? Hope it was good and whatnot. Yo, what's up, Rod? How are ya? Free lemonade. Yo, free lemonade? I haven't had lemonade in like 60 years. I'm not even 20. Wait, yes I am. Hello everyone, though. Thank you guys for coming over here. How was your stream, though? I hope your stream was good and whatnot. I am scared of Higurashi, if that wasn't too obvious. But my name is Ash. I mainly play like RPGs, action games, stuff like that. And I'm, of course, reading Higurashi, as y'all can see. And it's scaring me half to death. Woundspur? I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate. Answer Pickled Lemon, thank you as well for the follow. Much appreciated. Apologies if you hear like a fucking like storm or something outside. It's like storming where I'm at, and it's kind of annoying me, but it is what it is. But yeah, I hope everyone is having a good old day. PGCF, thank you for the follow. Appreciate. I'm sorry if I do butcher names. I'm really bad at that. Had a good stream, played Project Zomboid. I have a friend who's been playing that a lot, actually, though I have not seen anything on it. I assume it's a really good game if a lot of people, especially some of my friends, have been playing it. Well, good. Yeah, I do try my best to say the least.
私は真剣だよ。
Can't hear the storm. I don't know, my thing on Streamlabs says that it's picking up, but I don't know. I guess
レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
I don't know, Mion.
見えるよ。
Reina was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from my heart like this, it felt like she hadn't been taking this seriously at all. Storms are good ambience anyway. You know, if it was actually like raining in Higurashi, you'd probably be right. Here, crickets. I assume that's the game, though. Yeah, it's the Higurashi. Alright, Santa's been playing... yeah, Santa has been playing that a lot. And yeah, the Higurashi are from in-game, so no worries. I should have just went with the joke, just going like, nah, I have a pet cicada in here. That would have been funny. Obviously, Reina is not fond of that.
ケイチ君、もういいよ。
No, I don't want to, Reina. This table's nice.
全部話そう。
Uh-oh.
みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
Cicadas. The cicadas are my friends here. Alright, here we go. I had known it would turn out like this from the very beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
Mio.
Wouldn't be able to take care of a cicada. Or at least I don't think you would. You're right, I'd probably throw it. No, I'm kidding. Even if I did, it probably would fly and be fine.
おととい、リカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
Alright, here we go. Here we go. We're saying the thing. Oh no. I have no idea in the story, but I'm already invested. Well...
覚えはないけど。そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶を持ってお裾分けしてもらいに。
Tell me the story, I don't. Alright, well here's a long story short of it. We are the protagonist Keiichi, I can't do things properly, Maibara. And long story short, there's this curse known as the Oyashiro-sama's curse. So long story short, me and aka Keiichi, Shion, and two other people, doesn't matter who they are, went into a ritual storehouse that they shouldn't have. Two of the people except for Shion and Keiichi died, and more people have been disappearing due to this quote-unquote curse. Though it's obvious that there's not actually a curse, because realistically that wouldn't make sense. There is someone behind all of this, and we've narrowed it down to being Mion. And, now we're here basically pursuing her. It's obviously a lot more complicated than that, but that's the brief, abridged version of it. Gay. How to welcome people to the channel, am I right? Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a bit.
どうしてそう思う？
Let's wait for the light to get out of her eyes. It's a great sum up, not gonna lie.
そんなに難しい話じゃない。みーちゃんも見たでしょ？リカちゃんの部屋。
Mion put a finger on her forehead and acted like that she was thinking.
冷ややっこがあるのにお醤油がなかった。そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった。
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ。
Well, that's not all. We have some more evidence.
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。
No, so I saw all the humanity.
お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。
Yeah, you have a funny notice that says for the Sonozaki family, you can come over here. We can get you some soy sauce. Where'd you take the kids, bitch?
醤油をお裾分けするって。
Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though she'd found out that she had purposely given given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんはリカちゃんを隠してしまった。
Reina hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erase, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね。みーちゃんにとっては。
そりゃあどういう意味かな。
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
Thanks for the ASMR!
そして、さとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？うん。きっとこんな感じ。
似てる似てる。
みーちゃんは、ちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。
Reina has literally just thrown out all the detective work she built up throughout this entire fucking thing. Ear banging ASMR more like, yeah, true, that was a bit loud. Like, I don't get it.
リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だから、さとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ、どんな感じでかな。
Mion prodded Reina on, as if trying to get to a good part of the interesting story. I, however, knew that I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twiddling her fingers and had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing that, and only I, who had been watching her the whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Reina is saying must have been, well, to say the least, bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。さとこ、実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど、食べに来ない？リカちゃんは先に来て、もう食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ、電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで？
冷蔵庫に、さとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食が、まるまる手つかずで、ラップに包まれて入ってたから。
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. Off the bat, everyone. Good luck with your stream. Alrighty, thank you again for the raid and the follow. Appreciate. You have a good rest. Rest well. Rest amazingly. She looked as though she couldn't believe that the person in front of her was Reina.
そんなことで、どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
長くなるから説明は省くけど、冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これは
Uh-oh. I think she lost it.
とんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは。参ったな。参った参った。
Here we go. As if a dam had bust, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh at all. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for a club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun would it have been if that were true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ、大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。
Unless you're gonna pull the whole, oh, this old man knows all.
大石さんも私のこと、とんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
Damn, Reina! What the fuck are you? As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic, more clearly so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオ、警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Mion attempted to refrain calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with doing such. Delicious man. I don't know if Oishi and delicious is the thing you want to put them together with, but I mean, y'all do you. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded. She closely examined Reina's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Day, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate. Hope your stream was good. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Yummy, what the fuck? Hello, welcome, welcome. We are just getting to, a good part in Higurashi. Things are happening and it slightly scares me, but it's also kind of great at the same time. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんもみーちゃんが
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still friendly calm. A good part. Someone is gonna die. Well, I mean... we would probably hope that no one dies. We are at the moment hoping that Mion will turn herself in, but something tells me we won't have her doing that. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn that you would expect that she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. Kin, if you die, I will literally revive you just so I can kill you myself, just so you can stop saying these dumb things, or I will reprogram you again. With a gun I found. It's a long story on that, guys. Let's just say, Kin really loves head pats, so be sure to give him head pats, all the head pats that you can. It helps with his programming, so he says nicer things about himself because it fills him with fuzzy emotions. That's also a long story, just do it anyway. I could sense it. It was now, in this very moment, Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed to Mion Sonozaki, the current heir of the Sonozaki house. Oh. Remember, Kin, from now on, if you say anything bad about yourself, I'm gonna get humans to go and pat you. Don't ever challenge me. Don't challenge me as I'm like moving the silicone ring that's on my fucking finger. Just like, I have the inhibitor. Alright, that solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal. It was different from the one of the Mion that I knew. And now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both of her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if it really were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。園崎本家当主跡継ぎ。
Wait, what the fuck?
ミオンでございます。
Mion's movements were so elegant. They were cut. They could cut. Wait, and we couldn't even answer her. All Reina and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine her normally doing.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。
Hold the phone.
当主お涼に代わりまして、皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。皆様におかれましては、いろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。
Oh, do we?
私にお話しできることでしたら、包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
What? What did Mion just say? Mion just... She just said that she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes.
本当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
Reina and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Reina gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question that everybody wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
That was what I wanted to ask as well, to be honest with you. Like, why would anybody do all of this? It didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano, and Tomotake-san. No, even further back, all the incidents that have been reoccurring every year. For a little while, Mion could not respond. Too bad, Ken, you don't get to the end. You're getting head pats. Everybody head pat him. Right when we realized that the question was too vague, we tried to put it into more concrete terms. She finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは、それでもよろしければ、どうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
She spoke clearly. She spoke with clarity that a grandmother might use to when telling a story from a long time ago.
ひなみ沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
Reina nodded lightly, then shot a glance asking if I did. I returned to her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onagafuchi village, yes. I heard all about it the night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。麓の村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onofuguchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
Oh, sorry, I can't read. I probably should also point that out for those who are new. I can't read. The ablation. So that's a word. Anyways, the establishment of an era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try to reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were being scorned. Doing great. That's what they all say. You're doing great, Ash, as I just hear a, ballista just shoot off in the distance, just grazing the roof of my house. That was sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように。
I mean, I'm not in VR, so I don't know about me being sweaty.
あっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
At last, Japan provoked the great European powers, colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power of its own right. Conscription again, and they won the war. They won war after war. The First Sino-Japanese War, the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out. They recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。 かつて1000人と崇められた村人たちは否認扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか疫病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination because the people, just because the people knew one was from Anavaguchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot that they were touched by rubbing salt onto it. One of the adults said to the children that if you get lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and eventually devoured. Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Anafuguchi's village historically accurate. Thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of all the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of the children. If anyone found out that you were from Anafuguchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied to. People would even go on engagements and a marriage proposal. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. Jesus Christ.
裁判も起こしました。出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて、でも敗訴しました。出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為にあたるのだそうで。
ひどいね。そんなの。
I heard about how such discrimination towards these small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, that you would be subjected to every social disadvantage that there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on the test one time. I recalled being suspicious of it, and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。私たちのご先祖様は自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い、自慢し、麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。その神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ、畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらも、ひなみざわ村の人々はさまざまな差別を受け続けました。数え出したらキリがないくらい、夫や息子を戦場に送り出し、15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
Even that bitterly long war, however, it finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみざわにも、ようやく父や夫、息子たちが戻ってまいりました。もちろん帰らぬ者も多かった。
Yeah, I would imagine so.
それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみざわにとって、それはとても喜ばしいことでした。
MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving the mindsets and strove for an abolition of unfair discrimination. I've heard that word before. I don't know why I can't fucking say it. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era.
廃村寸前だったひなみ沢をもう一度立て直そう。そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through the vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
Sohei didn't spend that fortune on his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。村人すべては家族であり、この現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。
That was my bad. I had a misclick there.
この大きな富は、その後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. A giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization. Oh goddamn, how did I say that?
その活躍の中心人物が兄ちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。すごいよね。大活躍。
Mion looked as if she was honestly happy, like she was honestly happy Reina had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。それが缶詰疑惑でした。
Ugh. Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous. Just hearing that made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。彼の調達した缶詰は、実は食材を用いたものではなかったのだと。
Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light that they had finally started to see in their peaceful eyes grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior, the stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival, had been canned human flesh. Why were there even cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food. It had been an unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing that was going to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assailant at the military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Anafuji village. In the research they were carrying out, could that have been, well, you know. the bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever. Kichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They, whatever the word is, doesn't matter, observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't even bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were alive. They would strap them into the fucking shit, whatever, while they were still alive and crush them and oh my god. Oh, okay. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. Ugh. I have a feeling I saw something like that in a documentary one time. God damn. That makes me sick. Ugh, and they still hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in a way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now.
宗兵がいた部隊はより現実的で温情的な研究をしていました。
Does it fit what we're talking about? It does fit! What you mean? It's the past of Anafuguchi and fucking Hinamizawa. It fits perfectly. Still disgusting, of course, but it fits.
それは戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
Actually, what is worse, that or eating humans? Also, why are you just now asking about the music? It's been playing for like almost a whole hour now, actually. The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and the chronic food shortage broke out of the battlefront. Oh no, it completely fits. The food shortage led to malnutrition. I'm assuming that's what it says. And as their natural resistance lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well, so they wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find some methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from civilians, to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. That is true. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control, until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
I wouldn't know. Reina and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer.
そう、彼らは通常は食しないものを食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。
What the fuck?
彼らは時には敵の、時には望まぬ食物をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の方針になる。そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。祖父を過去のことで蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ世間の噂がどうあれ、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned that it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled as meat substances, And so that they wouldn't accidentally eat themselves, they stamped on the bottom with the circle.
お腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんにはどの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。
This is fucked.
中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
もうやめてよみーちゃん。気分が悪くなってきた。
Reina was really pale-faced. She looked like as if she was having a difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
じゃあそのミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は
真偽は分かりません。晩年まで僧兵は世間の風評を否定し続けました。ですがひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々はその疑惑を真実のように面白おかしく書き立て、村人をまたしても蔑み始めたのです。また子供たちが生やし立てられ、石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
Stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story that it was. They were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone just enjoy life together? I didn't have any clue.
当主である祖母はある時村の子供たちにこう言いました。
If they throw a stone at you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, What if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
二人に石を投げられたら4人で石を。
That's one way to teach kids multiplication and or adding, depending on your situation.
8人に棒で覆われたら16人で追い返し。
Oh, I guess. Yep. Wait, maybe it's like 8 plus 8. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
30人に中傷されたなら60人で怒鳴り返せと。
So basically, they do one thing to you to a certain amount, and you come back at them twice as hard, is what I'm gathering here. Finally, the children ask, What if we're attacked by, say, 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたならひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。それは決起を促す劇のようですらありました。祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなくひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were more rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against all. It didn't matter whether one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people in Hinamizawa, then you'd be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも街で不良に絡まれた時たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
How many people were there as opposed to the amount of delinquents that were on me? I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, and yet the people of Okonomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、ようやくひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。もっともその平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。この100年の歴史を見れば 今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして？
Could I really have an opinion on how such a long and difficult history when I haven't even moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかったということです。
それでお社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clean hair. Mion kept a refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression. But even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
鬼を継ぐ者？
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
I trace out the word Mion in the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ。この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよみーちゃん、見せる必要なんて全然ない。
ありがとう。
Just with that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out in the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something you could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was a heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa, no, of Anafgavuchi, weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Reina wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured.
この5年間の連続事件ね。私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、そのすべての中心に私がいたと思う。
She said that without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, the tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。あるとすれば、私の跡継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、それも時代の流れかなって。この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, and it slid down and flopped to the ground. It was an act of such resignation, whatever that word is, that just seeing it made me hurt a little. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion, I don't give a damn what happens after this. Can't you just try to... I don't know. Can't you just try to strangle as much as you can? Or struggle as much as you can? I don't know why I read that strangle, sorry. Just to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Reina's ringing voice filled the room.
でもみーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺したんだよね。
The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でもとにかくみーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺した。
Reina's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we knew the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I replied on behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, If that's so difficult for you, Rika-chan, then it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't answer. Or enter. Sorry, there's nobody bad enough to break into that place and go inside, it said. Even if we were alike as leaders. I couldn't find it in me to argue with the old man Kibiyoshi since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock of the storehouse and switched it over to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、本当に大丈夫なんですか？バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
本当ですね。君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
大丈夫なのですよ。このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。にゃーにゃー。
Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell into the mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は綿流しの祭りの最中にもう私の耳に入っていました。賊は4人。その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
My tears dripped and dropped. Just until now, I had decided that it was Mion's fault, that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
圭一君。
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from ever happening, and yet, I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have ever happened. We would have been spending our days having lots of fun like we always did.
俺がバカだった。
If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a mere act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime that I have committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。そんなもの全部投げ出しても私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。私がそんなものに屈したからあの二人を殺してしまった。それは他でもない私、園崎美音が殺したということ。
It's just...
Oh my God. 私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。でも踏みとどまらなかった。
Oh, oops, sorry.
安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。だからこれは私の罪。私が殺した園崎美音がこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。何も。
Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in the club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
え？
As I looked at her surprise, Reina stuck her finger right at my forehead.
圭一くんだけを殺さなかった。こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。でも殺さなかったんだよね。
That's right. Mion was so cunning that no one could stand up to her. Even in our club, if she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was the one left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one right after the other, for some reason, I had this vague belief that I would be the only one left alive.
さて、どうして殺さなかったのかね。鬼の私には見当もつかないわ。ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
そりゃどういう意味だよ。
Mion put a finger on her lips to say that Reina didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
うん。
逃げ場は？
ない。ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
Mion fell silent. Reina's merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's plan, if only little by little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
She rose, scratching her head. Her face returned entirely that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。たとえ自首が認められても、多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved with, it was just too large. So much that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
何かな。
30分でいいからケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
No! No, 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 no! Don't leave me alone with her! No, 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 do not, no! Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチくん、どうかな。ケイチくんが嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
No, I don't want to stay here, Reina. Let's just go.
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。私は鬼だもの。ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands, that was me and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would be okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful or not for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be greeted with the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear, the sins that Mion shouldered. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate.
ああ、いいぜ。
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ、ケイチくん。
Reina stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
あ、いいよレナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。
No.
あ、なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Mion looks at Reina's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
じゃあ行こう、ケイちゃん。
I began to walk after Mion, who headed to the hallway, while Reina silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
ああ。
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる。
I didn't know much about laws, but with how as many deaths as she had been involved in, the chances of her escaping heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短気を起こさないように見張ってね。
Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead chooses to put an end to things herself. Reina had already thought that far ahead.
ああ、そんなこと絶対にさせないから。
Reina rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ行ってあげて。
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Reina sobbing from the other end of the paper door.
どうしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね。でもあんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was my last time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely did not want her to see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Should we continue? I think we're nearing, literally we're nearing the end. According to this, looks like I only have 1 or 2 achievements left. Let's finish it tonight. Let's do it. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, and left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
腕組んでもいいかな?
It was such a modest request.
別に構わないぞ。
With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child given a toy, and took my arm.
私に腕を組まれたら、なんだか緊張しちゃわない？例えば、急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかな、なんて思ったりとか。
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
Back when nothing had gone wrong yet. During those nostalgic days of bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンもケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
そうなんだ。
If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは仲は良かったんだろ？
さあ、どうかな。ケイちゃんは自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
え？右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう尺度では測れない関係。
That didn't sound like it meant they got along at all.
例えば、利き腕というものがあるように、右手と左手には間違いなく優劣の違いがある。もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら、迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ？そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。だからといって、左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。そんな、よくわからない関係だね。
多分、それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで、きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日、ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのをすごく羨ましいと思った。
ないものねだりじゃないの？双子なんて昔は人をからかったりしてそこそこに面白かったけど、こうして互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今ではかえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? The relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe it wasn't an issue for someone like me that someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. We passed through the wide yard, and Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into a big, desolate forest that we had seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property. I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな。
Yeah, no shit.
子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか？
Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back of those fun days when she played as sisters with no... Well, yeah. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンはまだ生きてる。
What?
本当か?
Mion took a hard look at my eyes and nodded quietly.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうとずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど、今日までその方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Mion sounded though as if she hated Shion, but deep down, she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it, and she was able to save 2 people. I patted Mion, and as I did so, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
来て。私の罪のすべてを見て。でもそれはケイちゃんにとってこの上なく辛い光景かもしれない。
This is a trap. This is a trap. This is a trap. Reina, get ready to scream. I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at all of them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it.
すでに起こり終わってしまった事実だけれども、ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。そうならばここで待っていて。私の手で全て終わらせるから。
I was taken aback at how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Reina had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't let her on her own. Couldn't let her be left on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard on me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって。俺にとっての園崎美音は最高の親友だ。それは変わらない。一生。
The treetops softly swayed in the wind.
あんたもレナもどうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Normally I'd say something rude back to her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last Mion started walking, into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a twin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows and trees in the area. The abnormal odor I had been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from this place.
引き返すなら今だよ。ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、中に入ればその美音はきっと
変わらない。何度だって言う。園崎美音は俺の最高の親友だ。
I clenched my fist. Inside there was probably a sight beyond everything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might even end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change that Mion is my greatest friend.
私はただの鬼だからもう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど、ミオンがあんたを好きになったのよくわかる気がする。
他人事のように言うな。 お前はミオンだ。鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で、俺の仲間なんだ。
Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, like in the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, stifling rotten air with a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing the hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out in the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside, it was pitch black, but Mion flickered a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived here. All this indicated that it had been led to use the bomb shelter stockpile during the war. Rice Master, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate. Thank you. It did not give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as if though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through the air hole somewhere, giving it a mysterious feel.
西宮殿の中、見たよね。あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。戒律を破った者を見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。渡流しは御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど、君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
そりゃそうだな。この現代日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢で殺せるなんて思えない。
だから園崎家は作ったの。現代でも綿流しの儀が行えるように、秘密の場所を。
The fuck? Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
いろいろあるでしょ。
Oh my god.
一部のものは実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたものなんだよ。
I don't know what I was expecting. All these things have been rusty, covered in dust, so they don't seem that real. At least they didn't. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps the precaution for the splatter of blood. The walls and ceilings were covered in the kind of tiling that you would see in bathrooms, and there was seen a drain set amidst the slight slope on the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up said splattered blood.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。綿流しは見せしめの章だったから、私のご先祖様たちは様々な章を考案してたんだよ。
As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room, a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions.
鑑賞席なんだよ。綿流しは見せしめの章だから、客がいなきゃ意味がない。
I couldn't speak. I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion is revealing this to me to make her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to.
みんなここで私が殺した。
Oh, fuck.
見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
Shion.
観客？
私という鬼がミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
Well, unless you made Shion watch too. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
She nodded slightly. Mion's Watnagashi had ended today. I need to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying when she would be killed. The door on the other side had opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive place based on the echo it made. Mion groped around the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on in there. As my eye adjusted, the more and more the great cave showed itself in faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way into the giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison.
みんなはどこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
したい？
I grimaced at her, having said that so outright.
ああ、そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから井戸に捨てちゃったよ。ごめん。
Jesus Christ. So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret, having confessed everything to Rika-chan, came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry at the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend.
ああ、言ったさ。
I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came clattering the bars of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well.
シオンか？
ケイちゃんなの。
I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out of the gaps of the bars. It really was her.
大丈夫か？シオン、怪我はしていないのか
？Huh? Shion's face twisted out in shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me and... Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet.
落ち着け、シオン。もう全部終わったんだ。全部。
I spoke in a calm voice so I could try to manage to soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through to her screams.
シオン、ご機嫌はいかがだった？もういやもう誰の死を見るのも嫌。私が憎いなら早く私を殺してよ。憎いのは私なんでしょ。早く殺して。
Jesus Christ!
落ち着けってシオン。もう終わったんだよ。大丈夫なんだ。だから落ち着け。
Shion, who had been screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of whatever that word is, giving way to Mion. I realized that if Mion was the one who locked her here, if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was the one who really had to could put an end to all this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly.
安心しなよ。あんたは殺さない。
Huh?
まだまだ殺さないんだから。
Damn it, I knew this was a trap! She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out in a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Bitch! What are you gonna do to me? Ah, shit.
そんなに死にたければこの男を殺した後にゆっくりとひき肉にしてやるよ。
Oh, you wanna go, bitch?
古式にのっとり獅子の先端から少しずつガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。あの肉引き器はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。
I hope Reina followed me and knows what's going down.
それともそれでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな。
おい、いい加減にしろ。今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。
ダメ！ケイちゃん逃げて！
I tried to rebuke Mion from flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around, Mion's mouth, it was so hard to believe, had twisted to a shape even thinner than a crescent moon was that smile. I could sense a jolt of like a jolt of electricity. The person right here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed about her heavy duty of succeeding. Oh my god. Then, who was she? Bam! I saw sparks flying before my eyes. Like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength of my body drained instantly, and my head became very heavy. My knees buckled over in temptation to hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I had fallen down to a downfield rooftop. What the fuck? My consciousness reeled in and receded. It was a kind of sensation, like if you took a nap in a car, but you were still half awake, and you could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling into my ears, or Mion was in a vulgar whatever, I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me.
さーて、どんな方法で料理してやろうかね。そうだ、釘台なんかどうかな。
は？
あのちびガキ二人組に試したかったんだけど、手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。あれにしよう、あれにしよう。
Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped and one of my shoes fell off. Shion's emotions exploded outwards, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me over and returned to the prison cell again.
あんたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。あんたのわざとらしい空威張りには虫唾が走ってたんだけど、やっぱりそういうあんたが一番似合ってるよ。ミオン姉さん、お願いです。私をどういう風に殺しても構いませんから。どうかケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげてください。お願いです。
Shion had always acted as if though she were a cut above her sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined during those peaceful times, protested herself before the older sister, so she'd be used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, and and it was painfully smiling with joy.
あんたの希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけど、あんたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだから、なんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたかな。思えばあんたには姉らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね。
はい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
じゃあさ、これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。そうしたら私もこれまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかな。そうしたらケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
Mion says she might let it go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got her hands on her knees in the bars and began to speak words of apologies. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with Magnuson Jiao, whatever, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied.
そんなので私の積年の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけ？こんなんじゃダメだね。やっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だ。いやー！待って姉様！もう一度だけ。
Mion stopped and waved her hand across in... Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion.
ろくろく満足に謝れないあんただからね。特別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方ってのを教えてあげるよ。一度しか教えないし、一言一句でも間違えたらアウト。いいね。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel the skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
ちゃんと覚えられたかな？ではやってごらん。誠心誠意、鉄頭鉄尾、心を込めてね。ちゃんとできたならあんただけを殺してあげるから。
はい、ありがとうございます。
This is
ありがとうござい
ます。Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a moment ago, I was sure that this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
さ、やってごらん。お姉ちゃんはちゃんと聞いててあげるから。
園崎シオンは。
When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been snapped out with the fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion.
園崎シオンはミオン姉様の足元にも及ばない醜く情け知らずの愚か者でございます。身の程をわきまえずお姉様に働いた数々の無礼を思えば。
Oh God, this hurts to listen to.
ほらほら、その調子。少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses are returning. Just a little more. While Shion's still holding Mion's... No, the thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry.
生意気だったこれまでを反省し、一生ミオン姉様に忠誠を誓います。ですから。
Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling entirely, as if snapping a wire.
いいよ、もう。十分面白かったわ。あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったから。十分に愉快。
Mion began to drag me again, after I finally got the feeling of my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
姉様、殺すのは私だけ。その人許してあげ。安心しなって。ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。ケイちゃんの悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
Ah, fuck. How much were you put through? After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with the hinges, and locked them into place. It is not getting easier to listen to, I can fucking promise you that. Holy goddamn shit, dog. I don't even know where to go on with this. The door being a big cave with jail had all been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
聞こえるかい、シオン。これから始めるよ。ケイちゃんの若い悲鳴をたっぷりと楽しみな。
いい加減にしろ。
Yo, my boy Keiichi! The feeling in my body returned, and the first reaction I took was to tell that thing off that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目覚め。私、さっき嘘をついたね。シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、まだ思いつかないって言ったやつ。あれが嘘。
Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer. Next to that, she began to line up what looked like a long, strangely sharp nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you would see on a harpoon.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。
Oh, shit.
なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
お前は誰だ？
は？ミオンでしょ？園崎ミオン。恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった？
違うな。お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
へえ。じゃあ、私がミオンじゃなかったら、私は誰なわけ？
鬼だ。
え？
お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
触るな！この鬼め！返せ！ミオンを返せよ！俺の最高の友人だったミオンを返せ！
Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expecting me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But, this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There's no way that I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if it were a whole separate entity or personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It had all been the doing of a demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked even.
あんたって本当におめでたい人だね。園崎美音に殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。ミオンを返せ。退け鬼め。
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり
No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion trapped inside, the Mion I saw in front of me, would be able to hear.
頑張れミオン。こんな鬼畜生に負けるな。本当に強いお前の力を見せてくれ。
How? The tears welled up and flowed down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints. She couldn't even wipe them. She was just letting them flow.
頼むよミオン。ミオンどこでお前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ。お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ。負けるな。戦え戦え。
Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed on one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. Yep, still streaming. I think I'm nearing the end of chapter 2, so I'm going through it. On the other side were dozens of more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wished that I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. How's it going? I'm in pain. To say the least, I am in pain. Someone can't type. Z! Z! Oh my god, what was that? Oh my god. Holy shit.
もういい？そろそろ始めるよ。いい声を出してね。これはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上にシオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
Nah, I don't think I'll kill you.
どうしてこんなことに。ミオン。
When I wept, only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. And yet, a small change did occur in Mion right in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
ケイちゃん、メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど、どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mion or just a display of momentary humanity, whatever.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのは ずいぶん前、その鬼は私を蝕み強行に駆り立てようとした。だけれど私はそれを理性で抑えつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。でも本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
I noticed that there were tears forming from her eyes.
その鬼はある小さなことをきっかけにまた目覚めてしまった。それは何に原因があったと思う？
There was a sad, yet some form of a light in her eyes. Doesn't matter.
わかる？
I don't. I don't know. What gave the demon a chance to beat me on?
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden.
あの時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、全ては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。
All because of that fucking thing at the beginning of the fucking chapter. The doll I got. That doll I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。理解できなくて当然。だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいにパタパタパタといろんなものが倒れ始めて、初めの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
そんな、俺が。
Jesus.
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。これで十分。メイドの土産は。
A mistake that I made on that day was what messed everything up.
そんな、嘘だろ。
自覚がないのは当然。でも紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。あの時あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
I wanted to say like I just remembered something as I recalled that day. Reina had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh god. I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying that I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going to the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize it up until now? Reina told me at the time now that No, the demon was telling me. Is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured to die altogether? I could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret.
じゃあそろそろいい？この拷問はね、左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。順に親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。それが終わったら次は右手。それが終わったら次は、まだ意識があったら教えるね。指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Mion pressed the tip of the nail onto my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, all my joints on my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt, and I couldn't even twitch.
他の人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
If it will sate the demon, then do to me what you will.
あんた、本気で言ってるの？
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば、こんなの大したことないんだろ。気の済むようにするといい。その代わり、2つ約束しろ。
Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたら、シオンは許してやれ。細工殿に忍び込んだ罪には、それで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
あんた、この後に及んで自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
もう一つは、気が済んだらもうお前は消えろ。その体をミオンに返してやってくれ。それだけだ。
あんたって人には命乞いをするとかそういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
約束2つじゃなくて3つ目は、俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。だからもうダメ。
そいつは残念。
In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in on a stupid joke.
多分、私は約束を守らないよ。鬼だから。
その時は仕方がないさ。
I recalled tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Okay, just do it. I prepared myself already. So do it. You're waiting like this to hammer nails in is even scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek. Huh?
ケイちゃん、今の3つ目の願いだけは。
My third wish. To save me? She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い、シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。それはもう決められたことだから止められない。だから諦めて。
Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin.
そして2つ目の願い、この体をミオンに返すこと。これももう無理。今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。今日以降、もし私の姿があったとしても、それは姿だけ。私の姿をした鬼だから。
そんなことはない。ミオンはミオンだ。もう戻ってこないなんて悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？あの音。
Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam? Slam. It was the dual noise of repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron bars to this underground ritual storehouse.
帰りが遅いから、レナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。あのぼやーっとした感じの子が、こんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
それについては同感だよ。
Mion grinned like she had been outwitted, and then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, Pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
見たことないでしょ。本物のスタンガンだよ。違法品なんでかなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
さっき俺に食らわせたのはそれか。子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal on my neck. Slam! I heard a roar, as if though they had broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。すぐに大石が来てくれるから、ちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before, gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer in the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね。ミオンを怪我して。
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
でも忘れて。今日以降、もしも私を見かけても近寄らないでね。それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, there's a bitch. Killed the bug, fuck you, dumbass, for flying around. Sorry. Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, like a television being switched off. My consciousness went black. June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamazawa Village, Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The suspect Mion Sonozaki. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamazawa residents between June 19 and June 21. Oyoru Sonozaki, Shion Sonozaki, Kichiru Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo. Imprisoned them, and then eventually killed them. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed into an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing sister, Shion, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi Maibara and Reina Rigu. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we had discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, and etc. of the 4 missing persons. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in said torture chamber. However, the remains have still yet to be found. One of their imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property in which they were imprisoned, believing that they were still there. However, we still have yet to locate them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as her participation in several freak death incidents in the recent years, thinking that it would come to the same clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved, neither directly or indirectly, was found. There are still many unclear points of the motive behind the incident, and as the Sonozaki family and residents of Hinamazawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of the local officer knowledge about the region is that maybe have been whatever internal form of punishing were words carried out in the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been in prison for a long time Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken in grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind properly to answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. After all that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates, who Reina had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external inquiries. The most I had was a small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup day at the hospital, Oishi-san asked me all sorts of things, but I didn't really remember what he asked, or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. Wouldn't it be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself? The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune is that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, it seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time though, since Oishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only fortunate thing that really happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, and had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents wasn't sure where she exactly was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonozaki underground storehouse at this moment. Since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices, hadn't Mion thrown the corpse into a well? I had a feeling I had said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground, without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to the basement again, too, for an on-site inspection or something. But I didn't remember anything of being of help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days onward, the Sonozakis living in Okonomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. How much my parents refused it, they piled up many hundreds of yen, calling it consolation money, every day. The amount of money grew each day. After it passed to 2 million yen, they were given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights and decided to move away. Oh, hey, Reina.
そっか。引っ越しちゃうんだね。いつ？
来月の終わり。ひなみ沢には結局、半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
寂しくなるね。私一人しか残らない。
Reina smiled sadly. If I just said yeah, I thought it would make her feel even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
that's how I broached it. Mion hadn't exactly fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there? Where she had disappeared to? I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind that Mion liked, in a place where she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just a Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day Reina and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Reina that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents of the Sonozaki family had been hard to hide too, were exposed in magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up in long vine and ground one by one, and for many days news of it was brought up on the talk of various shows. In the shows, which were comedic in city, none once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing up this stuff in jest. But there was nothing I could do about it now. How big of an impression, with the short few weeks I've spent in Hinamizawa, have on my life. During these few weeks, I met my best friends, and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As the distorted image of Mion that the media created, as the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up and throw her in the trash, and then she would fade away from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure to remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my best offering to her. The sky reached up so far, and towering clouds floated through the sky. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought of that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to forget within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap of the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right, the doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it was an import from England or something, and it was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them was the ones wearing a fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once they said that they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized that I was a survivor from Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never be able to get a chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for an opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity with it on the desk so I could give it to her at any time. Plunk. There was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops. It was completely different from the sound of lost bugs they made when they rammed into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. Plunk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. But where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plunk. The window! Some sort of pebbles was colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown here by the wind, or rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who could it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked through the gap of the curtains. The light of the gate, despite being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at the window, and hit the window, making a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, then that person was... Wait. Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive? Mion pressed her index finger to the lip to make a shush motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion is in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was in the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved at her, gesturing that I would be right over, and flung my coat atop my pajamas and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes before going downstairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had a sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a God, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, I was so grateful for the chance to give this to her. I slipped into my sandals and unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leaped out of the house.
ミオ
お久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved at me and I responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion.
お前こんなところをうろついてて大丈夫なのか？
本当はいけないよ。
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it.
それよりどうしたんだよこんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
That was when I noticed them. One of Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I thought was a satisfied smile, was, upon close inspection, trembling slightly, and I realized she was forcing it.
私ね。もうここにはいられない。
A pained note was beginning to enter her chest as well, or her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か？どこか具合でも。
今日まで頑張ってきたけど自分でもわかるの。もうダメ。もう限界。私のお迎えはもうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way to see me? God. Her laughter cut off and changed into a rough breathing. I reached out to her rubber back, but she knocked me away.
大丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。そうだ。俺ミオンに。
To give you, Mion, this doll. I had wanted to do his last name, because I knew how little time you had left. But that was the last thing. What? My stomach. It's burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me? And pushed it in tight and took it and twisted it. Mion? Hey, what? What? I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot, it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it, then took a step back and cackled.
できた！全部できた！私が殺したいやつはこれで全員
Those last words Mion left for me that day came back to me.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
From today on, even if my body is here, a body is all that it'll be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon, the demon, the demon. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't. Mion. In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I brought from Mion, dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having be allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I brought to Mion in blood and ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. The sad moon was so white, it looked frozen. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishiban City. The victim was Keiichi Maibara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was transported to the clinic. He escaped death. Oh, thank God. Okay, he didn't die. Oh, thank God. The criminal fled the scene. On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kimishiki apartment complex in Shishiban City Prefecture. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone, had informed the manager. The manager used the master key to enter the room and discovered the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor was frequently visited, who has frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a long time, and testified that he heard what sounded like the two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe that it was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Hinamizawa village, perpetrated by said incident suspect, and did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down to the floor in the parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothes was whatever, and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt. Based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident, we are conducting thorough examination on both fronts, suicide and homicide.
Oh. 本当に5分だけですからね。刺激しないようにしてください。
心得ていますよ。
The door opened, and as I expected, Oishi-san came in.
どうもどうも前原さん。ご無沙汰しておりますね。その後、お加減はいかがですか？
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たらまた傷が悪くなりそうです。
こりゃ手厳しい。
As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled like sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies that he must have purchased from a souvenir corner at the first floor of the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか？
Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted.
母さん、悪いけど、ほんのちょっとだけ。5分でいいから。
Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい身分ですね。うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。そりゃもう賑やかなことで、ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。より重病な患者ほど偉いというか、威張っているというか。
大石さん、5分ですよ。できればこれが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし、ここももうひなみ沢じゃない。
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらシュッと。
This was a large university hospital in Shishabone City. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okonomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になりそうですか？
さあ、俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa though, and were living in a new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken there.
転院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
いや、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。仕事柄とはいえ心苦しいですよ。なので今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに素敵なお土産をいろいろお持ちしましたので。
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。ほら。
Oishi-san pulls the can of cookies and, huh? Ow, ow, I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので、いろいろと持ってきましたよ。ほら。 よりどりみどり野原は黄緑ってなもんです。さあさあ、好きなだけ持って行っちゃってください。
こんな本なんか持ってこないでください。持って帰っていってて
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたらさぞやご入り用だと思ったんですけどね。
Oh, come on, bro. I may be fucking lewd, but even I have my limits.
こんなところにいると看護師フェチにしかなりませんよ。世の中には看護師さん以外にも素晴らしいものがいっぱいあるんですからね。
No comment.
今から専門を決めないで幅広くオールラウンドに行かなくっちゃ。
I gave Oichi-san's vulgar laughter a grinned pain. Oh, sorry, pained grin. Oh my god, I'm so fucking... Somehow or another, I understood. The fact that Oichi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have something important to talk about.
シオンさんの件は本当にお気の毒でした。
The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities: accident, suicide, homicide. But it could have only been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable.
事故のわけない。ミオンです。絶対に。
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、私も前原さんと同じ意見です。シオンさんを突き落とし、さらにあなたを刺した。一晩のうちにね。
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう。それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。はい。実は見つかったんです。
Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partially relieved that the incident was truly over, and was partially sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下、隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体をその底で発見しました。
そうですか。
That sliver of hope that possibly I believed in, that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive, just from the fact of their remains being found, or hadn't been found, gone.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましてね。いやいや、まさに死角中の死角でした。井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして、はしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古井戸に抜けられましたね。
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょうね。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが、いやいや、よくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
Say the least.
みんなの遺体はその底に？
はい。逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下にコールタール状の泥水が溜まってまして、そこに無造作に投げ込まれていました。相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体はどっぷりと埋まってしまってましてね。遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
全員見つかりましたか？
I hope they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but My shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
はい。全員。それどころか、死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。最低でも3人分はあると思われます。ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。泥を全部吸い出したら、一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。怖い話です。
That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion.
今、鹿骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。諦められてた失踪事件も、これを機に全部解決するんじゃないか、なんて言われてますよ。
After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but he realized it was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put it back in his shirt pocket.
そうそう。これは寄り道なんですが、古出里香さん、ご存知ですよね。
もちろん、仲間ですから。
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
Rika-chan has diabetes? I don't even know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね、注射器が見つかりまして、破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが、少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちまして。本当にご存知ありません？
I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes.
園崎家は本業の方、薬剤屋さんのことです。で、覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね、その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのですが。
リカちゃんが覚醒剤の常用者だっていうのか？
いえ、そうは申してませんよ。ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくってのは、どう考えても変ですからね。
I had no idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick.
大丈夫ですか？看護師さんを呼びましょうか？
大丈夫ですから、話の続きを。
まあ、注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。今、村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。盲信してた年寄り方と、殺してしまった園崎家とで。実効支配していた御三家もほぼ全滅状態。こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら、今度こそ間違いなく敗損でしょうな。
もう俺、ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
I actually was. I just said because the thought of Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が過ぎましたか。参ったな。
I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that it was something he really wanted to ask, and if she could wait a little bit longer.
そう？手短にね。
Jesus Christ! I'm gonna keep streaming, huh?
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
大石さん、ミオンは今、どうしてるんです？
I just wanted to hear that answer just to get rid of him.
それを話す前に、本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがあります。
何ですか？
本当に真面目に答えてくださいよ。これ、いい加減なこと言っちゃうと、場合によっては捜査か乱と見られて、告発される場合もありますからね。
Oishi kept threatening me until the end. What the hell does he want?
前原さん、シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
ミオンしか 考えられないじゃないですか。
では、あなたを刺したの誰です？
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。園崎ミオン。
Oishi smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet looked though as if wasn't satisfied by it.
シオンを突き落として、俺を刺して、ミオンの犯行だって、さっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は、隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。この隣人ってのは、実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんですよ。このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんだそうで。
That man said this. The noise he heard from next door was just like a sound of a fight being with the sisters and hearing how when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night it had been longer than the rest, and he proclaimed that he went to the room to give her a sedative. Oh my god, I'm still reading! Oh my god, why is this ending so fucking longer than chapter 1? What the fuck? The noise died down while he got the manager and gave the key. He clearly decided that he was the last to check up on her and wasn't answering calls and made a plunge to unlock the door. And he was the one who saw her room a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided that it had been Mion. And that's how it happened.
つまり、壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。ですから、この騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。重ねて言えば、園崎ミオンを目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
見なくったって、そんなの、ミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあまあ。だから、つまりですね、あなただけが、あの晩、確かに園崎ミオンを目撃した。もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのか、よくわからないんですけど。
At this point, Oishi-san paused. The fact that there was a no smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his cigarettes again. Clack, he lit one with his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of Tabasco smoke.
あなた、本当に園崎ミオンに刺されたんですか？
はい、間違いなく。
The smoke Oishi-san breathed out floated away, and a thundercloud swept away in the wind.
大石さん、ここ禁煙です。看護師さんに怒られますよ。
実は、園崎ミオンも、井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。
Excuse me?
転落死です。
What?
あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、そこまで転落し、首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。はい。シオンさんと同じにね。首の骨を折って。
What?
あの日、前原さんを気絶させた後、園崎ミオンは隠し井戸から外へ逃れようとして、足を踏み外して死んだのです。まるで、そこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられるようにね。
それじゃあ、おかしいじゃないですか。
検視の結果、間違いなくあの日に死亡したものと確認されました。あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
Then who the fuck was... My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Myeon was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it.
じゃあ、誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？誰が？
あなたを襲った園崎ミオンなのに園崎ミオンじゃない何者かですよ。
My mind became a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight.
高野美代さんの死覚えてますか？
え？高野さん？あ、はい。確か遠くの山の中で焼け死んだって聞いたような。
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かってます。検視したのは県警さんなんですけどね、これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが、
Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Myeon, he was telling me that there was even more on top of that. God damn it, Oishi-san knew I was going to be streaming for this long. Fuck you.
この死後24時間って検視結果、うちの鑑識のじじいが言うにはですね、かなり信頼できるものらしいんです。つまりどういうことか。これは何度も聞いた質問になりますが、あなた綿流しの晩高野美代さんに会ってますよね？
会ってます。
その前日お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね？私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ、会ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことはお祭りの前日の晩にはもう死んでるってことになるんですよ。
The fuck?
そんなはず。
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。でもあなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、
This doesn't make any sense.
高野さんは
The
もう
origin of all that
お亡くなりになって
happened,
い
the
たの
beginning
で
of
す。
everything, our intrusion of the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless of numerous times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san, when she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer with this world.
今回の事件、死人が歩き回りすぎなんですよ。
An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。ですので今の話はどうか他言無用に願いますよ。
Oishi grabbed his jacket and was hanging onto a chair, put out his cigarette at the bottom of his foot and started pretending a wave of smoke floating around.
長居しました。あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思って来たつもりだったんですがね、かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak out of the corner of his eye.
もしも今後お話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで、その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに来ますよ。
I want to see Reina again. Oishi-san seemed to think that I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something? I'm one of the things what the fuck? I'm the one who wants to know.
では、またいつかお会いしましょう。お大事に。
I listened to the tap-tap of Oishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me? What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. wasn't that surprise. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear.
ケイちゃん。だから言ったでしょ
Huh? I heard no voice coming from under the bed. I still recognize it as Mion's voice.
なんだ、ミオン。何を言ったって？
私、あの日に警告したよ。今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた鬼。
そうだな。言ってたよな。ごめん。ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。だから刺されちゃったんだな。
Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arm slowly felt about the top of bed, searching for mine.
あのさ、ミオン。俺、今、こんな冗談を考えたんだ。聞いてくれるか？
The man under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ、俺が今日、ここで死んじゃうんだよ。だけども、明日以降もここにいて、普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後で、それが大石のやつに分かって、またしても死亡日時が合わない。死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って、泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ。高野さんにミオン、そして俺で3人目。な？面白いだろ？笑えるだろ？
ケイちゃん。
笑えよ。それとも、あんまり面白くなかったか？
Mion's bloodstained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, it gripped so hard, as if scratching.
加減しろよ。痛いって。
ケイちゃん、迎えに来たよ。
I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it was unbelievable that I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body couldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart. I couldn't make a fist either. And the fact I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail pressed against my left pinky fingertip. Mion's forehead was split open. With a face covered in blood, she smiled, got right up behind me.
何も終わってない。何も終わってない。この事件は何も終わってなんかない。まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰かこの事件を終わらせてください。この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しいこの事件を終わらせてください。それだけが俺の望みです。
あの時一つ叶えてあげたでしょ。今度はダメ。
Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and with her last hand, she slowly swung a mallet into the air and... You're shitting me. You're shitting me. You're shitting me. That fucking hurts. That's a lot of pain. guess I might as well get soon ready to start chapter 3. Oh god. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Yeah, I think now is a good time to end the stream. I am just so fucking out of it now. I am so fucking out of it. Okay, who should I raid? Let's see. Oh god. That was just so twisted and fucked. I can't. I am not gonna get used to that. How long has Muma been live, actually? It seems she only started a couple minutes ago, so I'll go ahead and raid Muma. Jesus Christ. I'm really tired, though. I didn't think I was actually gonna go on for this long. But Oishi-san decided, let's continue talking more. And let's say a bunch of more bullshit things that'll mean nothing because the chapter fucking ended. Anyways, that's where I'll end it now. The next stream, I either want to play Vanquish or Ultra Kill. One of the two. I'm definitely going to do one of the two for sure. We'll see what happens. Anyways, y'all take care. And I'll see y'all whenever I see y'all. Give Muma all the support you can. And I'll see y'all whenever I do.